You know what's funny? I was rocking out to Tears for Fears, and it's funny how time flies.
It's Russell Rush on Friday, kicking the ballistics on WIMN. Yo, I got a phone call from my girl. She wants to hoe cake. I said, hold up. Yo, take this. You're trying to get money here. WIMN, Taylor Soul, Saturday, y'all.
Girl meets boy on Thursday night. Boy was high, girl fly like kite. They hold hands until next day. Boy then let's go hit his way. Boy rolls blunt rack to his boys. Erection brings bad boy joys. Boy thinks of that big fat back. Big black fat, love big black fat. Girl calls boy to stand him up on Saturday. Saturday, Saturday, it's a Saturday, it's a Saturday, it's a Saturday. Saturday, it's a Saturday. Saturday, it's a Saturday.
Back once more with the wallop in the store. Smash about a riff shit and make you rock your hip. Revival of the roller boogie in a ricochet to make you think about the time we spoke fun instead of fight. But diving from a piece of metal should have taken life. Slip your butt to the fix of this mix. Toss that briefcase, it's time to let loose. Cause you work like heck to get the weekend check. So unfasten that sleeper on your neck. Connected like a vibe from the wheel to the foot. Come on everybody, do the funky output.
5 days you work, one whole day to play. Come on everybody, wear your roller skates today. It's Saturday, 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 it's Saturday, Saturday, it's Saturday, Saturday, it's Saturday,
Now as you pump your fists, I reminisce to a bounce rock skate roll fest to impress. Hey pretty diamond, do you like the way I'm dressed? Cool, keep the faith and be my mate, cause all we need is feet. But promote the hustle cause it keeps me thin. No need to talk, Luke you just walked in.
Is there blood on stage?
Yes, man.
So kick the wham on this jam.
Oh, Mr. Sprinkler, Mr. Sprinkler. Wet me for one, Mr. Sprinkler. I'm heating high five and a day's no split. With a yawn, I trip to the dawn. Out comes the bodies following the one idea. It's clear. Rattle to the roll. Hold back up the track, grab your roller skates, y'all. And let's zip on by. Zippity doo, now let's zip on by. Feed on the weed and we're feeling high. Sun is on thick and the cheese is rolling thick. Come on, it's no time to hide. Season is twist, spinning and winning. No hack and sack, let me in. Spill on the bottom away, but it's okay. It's a Saturday.
Now let's all get baked like Anita.
Watch Mr. Lawn, don't look at the Peter.
Feel on the farm, I'll feel on the.
Hey, watch that.
It's a Saturday.
Now is the time to act the fool tonight. Forget about your worries and you will be alright. It's Saturday, 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 it's Saturday, Saturday, it's Saturday, Saturday, it's Saturday,
I know it's not Saturday. I know. I just live in the past. I live in the past. That's me in the past, loving this song. Hello. How's it going? It's Wednesday night. My name is William, and you are in the House of Sewing. To anyone watching this in the future, I absolutely thank you. And to Gilroy, hello. It's Wednesday, kind of on the fence, but I pulled out an old friend, Mr. Perfect Beard. So who knows what's going to happen this evening, but hello. And there's the dance that put you on the floor. Literally. Now you're going to be on the floor again tonight. You know what? I started skating again. And yesterday I hit it really heavy and it reminded me how out of shape I am. I mean, like a pear out of shape. All right. That's why I need like a 30-minute intro, because I got to make sure all my robots are lined up. I hope everyone's doing well. It's Wednesday. I've been running around doing my soccer dad thing. But before we get to any of the insanity, this program is for entertainment purposes only, and its content is not intended to malign any religion, lack thereof, race, gender, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by my so-called life and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the views of every single human being on planet Earth. And, you know, if you need an Activia, if you need a hug, if you're having a bad day, we have exits on both sides. That's a izquierda and derecha. My camera needs to be turned to derecha. I hope everybody's having a great evening and you have a mid-so crisis, or actually, I kind of feel like I am in a midlife sewing crisis, because bringing back the hammer pans reminded me of how much I love those things. Awesome. I got sick on Monday and my platelet count tanked. I felt like I had COVID when I didn't, walking around shivering all the time. I'm glad you got better, Kilroy. I am so glad you got. I was wondering where you were on Monday, and I got hit by a truck, and then it hit me in the head. That is the worst. That is absolutely the worst feeling. You were missed. Monday was absolutely insane. You were missed. Oh, man. I'm not watching my own stream. What does that say? There we go. Hey, Joy. Hello, hello. Great to see you. Yay. Welcome, welcome. Yay. Hello, hello. You know, I've been hitting it heavy lately. So I don't... I think I'm going to make a long sleeve shirt, because I have everything in denim that you could possibly think of. So I think it's time to continue down that road. They put me on a crash course of dextromethasone, and now I'm on the right now. I wish this stuff wasn't so hard on the liver, and I'd be on it forever. Oh man, there's all kinds of stuff like that. Like, oh, you'd like to take it, but then, you know, the side effects are way worse. All right, so let me remove this. But seriously, I'm glad they found something to help you. Oh. You know what, Gilroy, you did call it. I am kind of going through a mid-sewing crisis, but it's not a sewing crisis. A long time ago, someone who I absolutely loved, a person who inspired me, should have been on YouTube. But they were more concerned about the technical side, about having the best computer, the best equipment, that they never went on YouTube. And it was actually really sad. So I'm one of those people that just kind of throws myself at the forum, and I let everything just kind of, you know, hit the fan. My whole point is I've been trying to up my game a little bit, buy better mounts and other things, and I've purchased some crazy stuff. First, because I'm an Amazon aficionado, I purchased this, and this camera mount, it's not as funky as it looks. It's not as amazing as it looks. Oh, let me get in there. And I made a video with me skating like this, but it's awkward because you're just navigating this, you know. And then I purchased one of the yuppie, one of these. And this is good, but I'm not filming an action movie, I sew. So I'm going to incorporate all these new things into my channel, but once again, I got lost on Amazon because I'm looking for new camera mounts, but they just don't sell you a tripod anymore. You got to go through this whole Rochambeau of all these different things just to find a stinking tripod. And I own a ton of tripods. So the dexamethasone is for the platelet count. It just has the happy side effect of blanking out all other crappy stuff out. It's basically prednisone's cousin that can breach. Wow. Oh, that can bench 1,500 pounds. We've all seen what happens when I take prednisone. I turn into the ultimate warrior, but I can breathe. So I've been going crazy on making shorts. And like I said, everybody who's still here, I thank you and act normal. All excuses aside, I'm just adding to my YouTube channel. I've been making a ton of shorts. And do you know what's really funny? It's really pointed out how out of shape I am, even at my age, for as much as I work out, for as much as I move around, I'm out of shape. My last video, I was literally huffing so hard that I left it in the video. Oh man. And because it's summer, we're going on, excuse me, I'm going to grab my table and start sewing in a minute, I promise. We're going on year 6 of a kiddie pool that I own that is the exact same size as I am. You need to cut down on the wacky tobacco. I need to increase it, actually. Oh. It's the coffee that gets me activated. It's not even the wacky tobacco. I drink too much coffee. That's the problem. At least that's my excuse. But anyways, so my kiddie pool is going 6 years in a row. And for anyone wondering, I call it a kiddie pool, but it is the exact same size as me. I get in that thing and it's like a sensory deprivation tank. I love that thing. And every year I leave it outside. Every year I pump that thing up and I'm like, oh, it still works. Just remember, coffee is cheaper than jail. Anytime I've ever cut back on coffee, I go through full withdrawals. Coffee is insane. Coffee is absolutely insane. But all right. I've been going through all my fabric. I've really been guilting myself and trying not to purchase more fabric. I am like itching to go downtown and go see Mr. Modelo, but every time I go, I get at least 100 something yards, and it adds up. And I already live in a fabric store, so I'm trying to cut back. I'm trying. I'm surprised that pool lasted that long. Usually they get a hole in like 3 years. That's what I'm saying. I'm not kidding you. This is like the 6th or 7th summer. I have to go back in my iPhone and look, but that thing has lasted every year. And I put it out on the side of my house on the concrete pad side. I know that sounds weird, but it's just more sun over there because the tree isn't there. I love that thing. It's lasted at least 6 or 7 years, and it's just a cheap plastic pool that I ordered from Amazon, and I still have that. For anyone tuning in, I'm leaning back on an old friend. This is Simplicity Pattern S9 158, and that man's beard is sprayed on. I wish I will find that pattern too one day. I will. But I'm going for something wacky. I'm going to make a denim shirt. I was perusing Amazon like what somebody with an Amazon addiction does. I was going through Amazon and I started putting things in my cart that I could make. And I looked at I had that moment in the mirror of like, William, you could make that. So instead of buying it off of Amazon, I'm going to make a shirt. I almost bought a denim long sleeve shirt off of Amazon in the color of the fabric I have. So I'm going to make a shirt this evening. At least that's those are my plans. But before I get there, before I completely forget, It's no secret that I absolutely love wearing denim. And denim is my blood type. So I recently had a meltdown and cut the sleeves off that gray jacket I said I wasn't going to, because I've been watching Airwolf for the past month now. Well, it's probably not even a month. It's probably 2 or 3 weeks. My whole point is that early 1980s style is kicking through. So you'll see in a second what I'm talking about. Yeah, he's finally going through the 12 steps of Amazon Anonymous. Oh. Step 1 is we finally admitted to ourselves that we had a problem. Oh, look how perfect that Airwolf patch is. Oh, look, I decided to cut the sleeves off of this. And I know I own more denim vests than any human being alive, but I love the way this looks. And yes, it's summer and it's only going to get hotter. And I'm wearing an extremely hot leather coat. All right, so let me take this off and then I will get to making my shirt. I couldn't resist. And for anyone wondering, later tonight after the stream, there will be an ASMR video released in its honor. Oh. Oh. That's another thing. And another thing, I'm not changing the direction of my channel. I'm expanding it. So if you see ASMR videos, it's literally me just hanging out in my backyard, having a good time. That's it. I'm not looking for nirvana. I actually have a weird inner peace. And if you don't have it, well, welcome to the House of Sewing. I'm not preaching to anyone. I watch ASMR videos all the time. So I'm getting into making a few. I got a few views off a video and I'm making another one. It's the nature of the beast. So if you notice a few HMR ASMR videos, it's me just having a good time, hanging out in my backyard and enjoying the sun. That's all. I'm not doing it for anything. I'm not trying to, nothing political. I'm not trying to get famous off of ASMR videos. I just love my old fountain. I love hanging out in my backyard. I would put fish back there if I wouldn't just be feeding the raccoons. If you got haters, you're doing it right. I have had a few haters lately. If you don't have haters, you are doing it right. That is absolutely the truth. Absolutely the truth. And I kind of don't even want to say it because numbers come and go. And, sub counts come and go. But I'm at 700. What's up, trees? How's it going? Great to see you. Great to see you. I'm at 700. And can I say, I'm shocked to be here. And I thank everybody who's still here through all the insanity that is the My So-Called Life channel. And to everyone, well, no, I'm not going to say that because that's mean. I almost jumped off a cliff, but I'm going to reel myself back. I almost said something I shouldn't have. I am extremely grateful to everybody who subscribed to my channel. And I thank everybody. Yay, how's it going? How's it going? All right. I have some of my lights low because I feel like that's part of the problem of why I'm overheating here in the first place, because I have old school lighting and it does heat up like a sauna in here. I have actual drop lights. Let me see if I can flash my lights. There they are. Those lights are old school and they're actual metal, so they heat up. So I'm trying to reduce my lighting because it is hot in here. Yay. Hello, hello. All right. Let me switch my angle, move some stuff around, and I'm going to start making my shirt. I was thinking about patching this shirt up. Whoops. Whoops. That's why I have a disclaimer in the beginning. Oh, man. Do you know what's really funny? I have made parent friends at the MMA class, and it makes me laugh because I am habitually online, so there's certain things that I know and certain things that other parents need know, and we confer back and forth with each other. It's not the metal. You just need to put some LEDs in there. Those aren't probably the old halogen bulbs that make you feel like you're under a magnifying glass. I did that in my kitchen, and I still kind of regret doing that. I had old lighting, and I chose to utilize the space, and I don't know why. It used to have balusters and there's plastic over it. It was classic 1970s, 1980s. I completely opened up the space, so I had this giant open space in my kitchen. I lined it with metal and put lighting in there. My kitchen is like a sauna. It's great during the winter, and the lights have been going out, and my son's like, I noticed how you haven't replaced any of those lights in there. Oh, I'll learn that lesson one day. I will. And I bought specialty lights from Home Depot, and when you buy lights like that, you're stuck with that store, so I'll learn one day. Somebody frying it. What's up, Dose? Is that ODB? How's it going? Great to see you. Dose. How's your evening going? I hope work is treating you well. I'm going to go back to what I said on Monday at 4:45 in the morning on Monday. I heard a foreman tell a bunch of 25-year-olds, anything that doesn't bend when you smack it, when you smack against it is a hammer. Man, that was some wisdom. Oh man, I'm still not over it. That is ODB. That is hilarious. Great to see you. He's just frying brain cells. It's that time of day. How's it going? I still remember the Whoopi Goldberg bit about ODB. I still got 3 more hours to go. Yikes. All right. You know what's really funny? I go to work really early in the morning, so I catch all the East Coast. There's quite a few YouTubers that I watch. They go live at 7 on the East Coast. That's still really early on the West Coast. All right. So I'm going to make that shirt. I showed off my Nightwolf patch. Do you know what's so sad? I am stuck in a certain era, and I'm okay with it. It just seemed like that gray jacket and the denim were just made to be with each other, and the denim and the leather. Oh, man, I should stop being lazy and get rid of my chair. Oh! Oh, I did that without knocking anything over. Miracle. Oh. All right. Perfect. So, I kind of ruined some kids' day today, and I didn't even do it on purpose. But me and my soccer mom friends, we were chopping it up. The kids were doing their MMA. They're all staring at me because I'm hitting on their mothers. We're all talking. And let me get my phone. Let me grab my phone. One of the moms was talking about how her son was on Omegle. And all I said was, Oh, that site gives me anxiety. We don't do Omegle in my house. But the truth is I always said such negative things about it. My son really doesn't go on the site. You just banged your $300 mic. That's all. This is like a $300. He bangs everything. Well, whatever. She was basically saying that her son was on a version of it. And when I said Omegle was just a cesspool, I'm not kidding you. All these kids are on a mat, and you know when people are listening because every single one of them turned their head and looked at me. Every single one of them. We got to get triangle choked by 11-year-old. I am trying to get tried. You know what the funny thing is? That whole class, you wouldn't mess with them. They all know how to fight. I kind of like that. Every single one of those kids know how to fight. Those are the sneaky ones with the glasses. You run up on them and then you're just on the ground. All I was going to do is shake them with a schmetz. I got my schmetz ready. I do work for Big Sewing. I am a corporate shield for Big Sewing. I wish I got that Big Sewing check. But it made me laugh. Look, if it's creep, I'm a parent. I only look cool. If it's a creepy site, I'm going to tell everybody I know. They're like, keep your kid away from this creepy site. And the kids were looking at me like, shut up. Oh. And the one who I was talking to, where I was talking to him and his mother. Hey, Mona, how's it going? Great to see you. Great to see you. Yay. Hello, hello. But it made me laugh, you know, like I'm I basically told on a few kids, and they probably won't be allowed on this site, and they're gonna hate me for it. But you know, I'm doing my parental duty. Because usually I'm in there, I stand outside and I read. I take that time to unwind. When I'm sitting in front of my son's MMA class, it's actually quite relaxing because they're all in there doing their thing. And I'm outside reading, minding my own business. But it's been really hot lately. And it's only going to become even more and more scorching. So they have a swamp cooler, because it's not an air conditioner. There's a swamp cooler in there, but it's a little bit cooler than outside. So I've been hanging out, holding court with my fellow parents. Yay, hello everybody. Hello. Great to see you, Mona. Big Sewing doesn't like people like you. They just like people who bore the shit out of the viewers with 6 hours in between shilling the newest plastic machine you can lift with a pinky. You know, I think about that all the time, Kilroy. Like, if I really got a sponsor from Singer, I would have to spice it up. I would be like, let's test this machine out. Come on. I'm subscribed to Singer, Brother. In no way, shape, or form am I bad mouthing. I would love to be a Singer ambassador, because that's what they're called, because they're not employees, they're contractors. But their videos are dry. Their videos are like dry. And that's my brand. Even Levi's, if you look it up, Levi's has official YouTubers. There's this one guy with dreads. I actually copied a Francisco style because of this guy on, this was all during the plague, but I copied the style of this guy during, you know, he was on a he's an official Levi's ambassador, but the guy, you know, he came out looking like Lenny Kravitz. He had a room like this. I was like, oh, I'm locked in. I am locked in. Oh, Yay! Hello! Yay! Butterfly! Hello! Hello! Hi, hi. I'm William Sewing. Welcome to Jackass. Ah, I would totally spice it up. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. And I would just like to say that I am extremely grateful. I am shocked that I made it here, and here's to 700 and infinity. So I thank everybody who's made it through the roller coaster that is my channel. Yay! Hello, hello. Thank you so much. I have to hit the hay, but thank you so much for stopping by, Butterfly. Great to see you. And no joke, Butterfly has been here since I've had like 22 subscribers. And Gilroy and Alibaba they are like my original 3 subscribers. So I sincerely thank every single one of you. Oh, I'm gonna need help when I get beat up by a bunch of 14 and 50-year-olds for telling on Omegle. Thank you, Trees. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you. I'm glad to see that you're still around too, man. Thank you. Thank you to everybody, honestly. It's been a journey, but we're here. And you know what? I wouldn't change any of it. I love your channel. Yours is not. Thank you. Thank you, Mona. Thank you. Thank you. That's why, Mona, people like you and I and everybody else in the chat, we should be working for Singer, Brother. They should be paying us hundreds of thousands to shill their sewing machines because we would be way more exciting than those people they put out. Oh. And I'm not trashing them too hard because I'm subscribed to all of them. I remember back when you were still using a crappy camera and making a how to charge your phone with your solar panels video on a card table in front of your lawn. You know, I still have that. It's in my backyard. I've lost that thing because it charges an iPhone. All of those panels, everything in that video, I found at the shop at my job, and I built all of it, just being bored at my job. Oh, those were good times. Those were good times. I still have that thing, and you know what? I have all kinds of crazy generators and like solar panels. I will survive when the grid goes down. I will definitely survive. Water. You know what's really funny? There's been a lot of earthquakes lately, and it's literally like a giant ring around me, and I've been like, oh man, there's an earthquake coming soon. There is definitely an earthquake coming soon. And because of modern day technology, I can type in my address and it shows me all the earthquakes, and it's this giant circle around me, so it's coming. Oh, I was here in your LA public access era. Those were great days. Those were there are some videos like if you go all the way back on my channel, some videos I took down because they were just bad. But I woke up in a mood one day and I made a video about, does your cell phone have shields? If you're bored, go back and look. I was in a really bad mood. And that video is almost from 3 years ago, and that chair is still in that corner because that chair weighs 300 pounds. The quakes are going to turn your town into a beautiful island off the coast of Arizona. I told you, I'm on the hard side of the plate and I have a surfboard. Bring it on. Because of modern day science, I know exactly where I am on the San Andreas Fault. I'm on the hard side. So my side of the plate is going to Pac-Man everything else. So where I live is going to just swallow everything else. Oh, Yay! Hello! Yay! Hello, Michelle. Great to see you. Great to meet you. Welcome to the House of Sewing from Independence, Missouri. Awesome. Great to see you. Awesome. Welcome. Welcome. Hello, Michelle. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's going to look like Japan. Seriously, though, and I'm saying this with love. If there ever is an earthquake, I'm going to run. You're going to see me knock this microphone over because I've said it 100 times. On this side, I have I have quite a few sewing machine tops from wooden cases all the way to plastic ones. I have one that says Kmart on it. I have all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's gonna rain down sewing machine tops, and above my head, I have probably 14 55-gallon bags filled with scraps. So my scraps will rain down upon the heavens. So I'm gonna run out of this room. Yay! Welcome, very welcome, Michelle. Yay! Hello, hello. So I'm just warning everybody: if there is an earthquake, I will run. I have no shame whatsoever when it comes to that. But I'm prepared. I am prepared. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Thank you. Right now, what am I doing? I'm making a shirt out of one of my reliable patterns. It's Simplicity S9 158. I love making long sleeve shirts. Even when it's hot, it is unreal hot this time of year, but I'm still gonna keep trucking and making my long sleeve shirts. You should buy some safety netting like they use on the top of warehouse pathways just in case a pallet is on the bed and rains product down from the rack. That is, you know what, Gilroy? I have miles of that stuff at my job. That's feasible, and that's not a bad idea. I have miles and miles of that stuff. We always joke around at my job that like we're gonna set up like a whole trapeze place. But you know, we're just talking. That's actually extremely feasible. As I grab my coffee and think about it, I've made my house earthquake safe. This room is, you better have your running shoes on. My house, there's nothing overhead that's gonna hurt anybody. My walk-in closet is a mess, but if there was an earthquake, I wouldn't open the door. I would literally just go through the window. That's how much I know that my walk-in closet, it would just be devastated. Oh, I have whole contingency plans. I just won't open that door for like a month. Gilroy coming through with the knowledge. It's real though. It's real. I really should. I need to get on that. And even in this room, and I don't know if this is a Californian thing, but I was raised by paranoid people. Everything in this room has earthquake straps or is velcroed, except for my computer, the laptop. But everything else has velcro because there has been shakers last night or like 2 nights ago. I'm sitting here and I felt the ground move. But at my age, you have to play that game of, is this vertigo? Did I move my chair wrong? Or is this an earthquake? And my son came running out and he's like, did you feel that? And I was like, okay, it's an earthquake. But you never know, you know. So I'm prepared for the big one. Oh. You know, in watching the news lately, every time I go to the store, I've been buying an extra case of water just in case there is an earthquake and I got to hang out at my house. Did you sing I Feel the Earth Move? No, you're not. I was on a medication that gave me vertigo. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not kidding you. I have hardcore breathing issues, and it's not anything I didn't do to myself. I'm a born acute asthmatic, and I smoked cigarettes for 19 years. Do not feel sorry for me. It's nothing I didn't do to myself. But sometimes I'll stand up and I'm like, oh man, who moved the carpet? So I seriously play that game of like, who's moving? Is it the earth or is it me? And I know I've said this, but ever since my car accident, I have not been the same. So it's the game we play. The earth moves every time he moves a sewing machine. Oh man, if that was true, what would that like? We'd have to change the Richter scale to the sewing scale. You would fill your hammer pants if an 8-point hits. Hey, that's funny, not funny. Are you kidding me? I have experienced earthquakes my entire life. I grew up going on roller coasters. I'm actually quite of a thrill seeker. I still go fast on bikes. I don't go fast in cars anymore. I won't front. I will not even front. Ever since my car accident, it's driving Mr. Sewing. So, but what I'm saying is I'm a bit of a thrill seeker. Every time an earthquake hits, my heart drops. Still to this day. Still, the earth starts moving and I'm like, uh-oh. So I do not claim to be an earthquake tough guy at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. Like I said the other night when I was sitting here, I was sewing, minding my own business, and I felt everything moving. I was like, uh-oh. And I have a neighbor who like just he's a new biker and he put a 3-inch pipe on his car. And so it's extremely loud and it almost shakes the ground. And I've learned to ignore it because I grew up around loud people in general. But I play that game. Like, is it the rookie with the new bike? Is it the ground shaking? Yay, I'm back. I had to go watch your hammer pants dance. Yeah, I need better cardio. I used to get all kinds of stuff. I used to get into all kinds of stuff. Now I won't even go into an amusement park. And the closest thing to a thrill ride I get is going 70 to 55. You know, I used to have a speeding problem, like going fast. And so and I got a few tickets and I deserved them. So I drive the speed limit now. At least that's what I'll admit to. Straight pipes are allowed on any vehicle. It drives me mentally insane. But he's a rookie. He's experimenting on his bike. I'm trying to be understanding. I used to love rides. Now I get dizzy on the merry-go-round. That happened to me too. That happened to me. I went to Magic Mountain. I grew up on rides like Viper, Colossus. I'm not kidding you. That's what started me being a thrill seeker, was having a season pass, having access to a place where I could go on these insane rides. I went back I went back when I was 25. I kind of was like, oh, this is not what I remember. I recently went on a ride and I almost had heart palpitations. So in no way, shape, or form do I claim to be a tough guy either when it comes to roller coaster. It stinks, you know? Like I used to think I was invincible and now I'm the guy on the warning label. But that's the circle of life. Hey, Ty, how's it going? Great to see you. Great to see you. Awesome. Welcome, welcome. I used to love, yeah, it's true. Earthquakes are so real. When I was I was driving a Mazda and I parked my car in a parking lot, but my car kept moving. I felt motion sickness. Definitely, Michelle. Definitely. Earthquakes are no joke. And that's why, like I was saying, like I'm telling you, I'm semi-fearless, and every time there's an earthquake, my heart hits the floor. It reminds me, it humbles me. It does. It really humbles me. At least with an earthquake, you know what's happening. These tornadoes here would rip your roof off, skip the neighbor's house, and put it all a block away. That is, I can't watch those stories. I cannot watch those stories. It's so crazy to me. My daughter has a speeding problem, 6 so far, and hasn't had her license a year yet. Yep, your daughter and I sound like very much the same. I got in a car accident, and in 2017, and this is my fault. I'm not saying anything. This is not an indictment on the system. I got almost, I want to say $3,000 in tickets from speeding. And then I got in a car accident. If you drag me to an amusement park, you better show me where I can get some coffee and something to eat, because that's all I'm going to do there. Sit on my ass, drink coffee, and eat grease. Oh, you're making me want to go. I'm addicted to funnel cake. For anyone who knows, I love fried anything. I love carnival food. There's actually a group of friends. We go to the amusement park just to eat their food. Because they still have some of the most just sinful food on planet Earth. I bet her insurance is through the roof. Mine is. I own multiple cars and I like to drive fast, and I have a record to show it. So the insurance company is like, do we need to even talk about this? I do. Yes, I hate to see my renewal in November. Hey, Rashawn, how's it going? Great to see you. Good evening. Good evening. Hello, hello. Yay. Get a smart car. Oh, get her a smart car. I'm gonna tell you, I recently purchased a vehicle for my mother, and I drive it all the time. It's a RAV4. I don't like the modern car. I do not like it. Beeps if you swerve out of the lane. Excuse me. Maybe I'm swerving out to save someone's life. Maybe I'm swerving to save a kitten in the freeway. You don't know, car. It tells you if you're going too fast. I'm not a fan of modern cars. I've never got one ticket. Thankfully, only one bad thing on my record is a crash from swerving to avoid a deer. You see, the car would have beeped at you. If I didn't swerve to avoid it, I just would have hit it and would have been on my record. I traded my Eclipse to avoid my speed demon. I have that too. That's why I started driving. Like my truck really slows me down because it's made for hauling, not speeding. My darling created. Hello, everybody. Yes, Mona, you have totally brought something up. I have I'm not the best driver. I'm not the best driver at all. Do you know what really humbled me was the day I was sitting in my car and I looked back and my son was sitting in the car seat in the back seat. That is quite honestly the only thing that has ever humbled me as far as driving. Well, that and back when I used to drive around with my grandmother or my parents in the car. She will be paying. I refuse to pay over my old rate. As you should. As you should. You know what, though? Those are the greatest teachers, though, because once she's like, oh, I drive fast, I have to pay higher rates, I guarantee you she'll slow down. Sometimes making mistakes are excellent teachers. I've had to accept that eventually I'm going to have to buy a bike or a trike or a sidecar or a trailer to get a simple vehicle without 10 billion computer chips or 2 million sensors on it. That's why I keep my trucks. Even my my Flex is it's like it has a backup sensor, but it doesn't talk to me. It doesn't have all that whiz bang stuff. And it's a 2019, I believe. But even with the new car, I'm just saying it's distracting to me because I'm a distracted driver, but I'm a good driver. So I am a bit swervy, or like, especially where I live in Los Angeles, we have off ramps to everything because if you live in LA, you're gonna take the freeway to get somewhere. And we have these huge off turns that spill you out into the city, you know, and you're gonna swerve on that. Oh, what humbled me was seeing a person with her leg ripped off completely. You know what? I watched somebody die of lung cancer. That's what got me. Like, I quit smoking and I almost picked back up, and then I witnessed somebody I love die of lung cancer. So that will definitely humble you. Ticket here is automatic 100 and it's extra every mile over. Okay, dose. Everybody, hold on to your chair. I'm not kidding you. Where I live in Southern California, our tickets start at 1,100. They did that on purpose. They do it on purpose to cripple people because the average person cannot afford that. So they end up getting in these programs, going to traffic school and getting in this endless cycle. Like, it is a racket in Southern California. Do not get pulled over in LA. They are not playing here. I'm telling you, I paid over $4,000 in tickets in 2017. That was only from being pulled over 3 times. Because I'm a speed demon. And the third time, the cop was like, "Oh man, how are you gonna pay for this?" I said, "With my card." I said it all cocky. Yeah, they do not joke around here in Southern California. Do they knock some cost off the ticket if you take the classes? Yes. What happens is you end up enrolling in one of their programs and then they knock the price off, but you end up paying something close to it in the end, but it's in increments. So you basically, they own you for 6 months, or you have to, like, I went to traffic school in Arizona. You get trapped in a room for like 8 hours. You pull a shift. You take 100 tests. You make new friends. I'm still Facebook friends with all the people I went to traffic school with. You make new friends and you move on with your life. In LA, they where I like Southern California is all about the money. It's not about socioeconomic status. It's not about race. It's about, well, I guess it is socioeconomic status, but it's about money. That's all they care about. So don't get a speeding ticket in Southern California. I don't know. I do not know if it's like that in Northern Cal, but the cops flat out said they do it on purpose to deter speeders. And even if you're on a motorcycle, it's the same cost. That's why when, like, and it's laughable when there's a cop on the road, everybody in LA is driving the speed limit because no one drives the speed limit here. No one. But when there's a cop on the road, it's laughable. You can tell even without looking. You're like, why is everybody obeying the law right now? I've seen a guy split a Camaro in half against a tree. He was still in the tree, front knocked up out of him, and the back of the car was 100 feet away. His car radio was knocked up. I stopped speeding after that. Woof. Damn, Dose, the radio was knocked out. That is, it's sad, but it sometimes you need something like that, to remind us that we're human. I think that's what it was. When I was younger, I thought I was invincible. And now, as the cliche goes, I'm older and I'm paying for every mistake I ever made physically. But that's the beautiful thing about life. You live and you learn. Oops. Oh, I almost dropped it. Let me see if I could get. Let me see if. Oh, excuse me. Let me see if the arms are big enough. He walked out after he woke up. That is insane. The cops here run speed traps this time of year. Not for us locals, because of the tourists coming to camp at the national parks and state forests. They think they own the road. I had to take a deep breath because I have a really weird view on tourism because it fuels where I live, but I also am like, I want to move somewhere where it's not popular. I want to go live somewhere in Okefenokee, Oklahoma. And I'm not even making fun of that. I want to go live somewhere where there's nobody, because where I live this time of year is a perfect example. Anytime that I get on the highway, even in the morning, it's gridlock traffic because everybody's going to somewhere. The beach and amusement park, there's lots of stuff to do here. So it's crazy living in an area with just insane tourism. I totally know what you're talking about, Kilroy. I think he was drinking Cisco, so he wasn't hurt. It's funny how people do, like how people get numb off of booze like that. Wow, Dose, after I was slowed down after seeing a guy with a glass sticking out of his eyeballs. The ripped leg and the eyeball was enough for me. Moved to Tennessee. You'll like it. Do you know a neighbor of mine is moving to Tennessee? I have the call to live out in the nature because when I was younger, I lived in Oregon. And when I first lived, the first place I lived at was a place called Sandy, Oregon. If you're bored, look it up. It was out in the middle of nowhere. And I came from literally living on 3rd and Loma in downtown Los Angeles, which is across the freeway, like the stereotypical picture of downtown LA with all the buildings. I lived across the street. I lived across the freeway from downtown, you know. So I miss living in the country. A DUI always survive. It is so true though, Ty. That is so true. People it is so true. It's a I have a messed up view of like it's always the people you don't want to survive. Tourism helps this area out a lot too. If they didn't speed tailgate or throw fast food bags or booze bottles all over the side of the road, things would be fine. We have the same problem at the ranch. My entire life, I'm not kidding you. When the sun first comes up, one of the first things we do at the ranch is a perimeter search for all the people who threw stuff out the road, because it's this weird windy road that leads into another town, but it's not a well-known road because it's out in the middle of nowhere. But it's the one main road. Long story short, we do a perimeter search. You would be surprised every day. If I waited a week, I would find all kinds of stuff. Every day someone throws something out their window because people are crazy. It's slow in Tennessee. You know what's funny, Michelle? I visited my brother in Montana. Montana is let me tell you, compared to Southern California, like on the streets, our speed limits are 55 miles an hour. That's the highway speed limit in Montana. I remember I pulled over and somebody that I absolutely miss. I absolutely miss my pops. I told him, "You're driving because you have patience." I could not drive in Montana. Ty, the booze makes you relax. If you tense up during a car crash, you'll always be more likely to get hurt or killed. That's so true. I went to Nashville for the first time a couple of months ago. Beautiful place. I've been to Nashville. Absolutely had a great time. All right, which side is this? I have enough for the front, but I do not want it to be an open shirt, so I'm going to put that off to the side. Let's see if the arms are big enough for this. I have used this pattern so many times. Perfect. I'm trying to utilize as much as I can, even though I have a ton of denim. I've really been trying to shop my stash lately because I'm guilting myself because I buy an unreal amount of fabric. So this is me attempting to use the stuff I have. When I was in the Bahamas, I asked them about crime, but about any crime against tourists, and they said it's hardly any because they would throw the book at them. I could totally see that. I could totally see that. Draw right. Oh, sorry. Kilroy, right. Drunks pretty much turn into rag dolls. Urged me to see them unharmed. I feel the same way. I feel the same, but it's funny that way. Like, I grew up around a family of nothing but senior citizens, and it's funny how the angry people live forever. And the ones who are the good people, the ones who are the saints, they do not. Oh, I go to Memphis every year, been to Nashville and Pigeon Forge. Beautiful place. Absolutely beautiful place. I went with somebody who was obsessed with bluegrass, so I always think of amazing music when I think of Tennessee in general. And I actually have a lifelong friend that I grew up with. He moved to Tennessee as kids when he was kids, and we always kept in touch. And it's funny, he's from California, but he has a Tennessee accent. Totally born and raised out here, but he moved out to Tennessee around junior high age and stayed out there. I won't tell anybody his secret except for everybody on YouTube. Have to go and L. Oh, have to. Have you gone to M and L Fabric? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. There's a lot of places that I frequent mainly the fashion district downtown, but once I figured out I used to go to Joann's all the time, and I would go to Walmart, I would go to all these different places. And then when I started going to downtown Los Angeles to the mega fashion district, I realized I was being ripped off. So I have full rolls of fabric. I still have my Santee Alley fabric. If anyone remembers, I still probably have like 30 yards of that stuff. I still have that weird backpack material. I still have like a little bit of a roll of my tie-dye. It's because Modelo, well, I was just getting unreal prices from the vendors. Freeport, Bahamas is one of my favorite places. I love walking cities. You know, South Beach used to be like that, and then the party, and then they got had a little bit too much fun. I went there one time in the 90s, and it was something to write home about. I've always had a thing for Dolly. She's kind of freaky. Oh, MLM is in Anaheim. No, I have never been there before. I live in the northern part of Southern California, although Anaheim isn't that far. It's not necessarily close. LA is weirdly humongous. Just in Los Angeles County, there's 10 million people. And it's weird because whenever I drive from my house to downtown, I'm always like, doesn't feel like there's 10 million people in this city. I've always wanted her to lure me into a dark room to see her guitars. Do you know what's funny, Dose? I love Dolly Parton. My father was from Georgia. I grew up listening to Johnny Cash and stuff. I have a Dolly shirt that I wear. So no, nothing but love for Dolly Parton, Dose. You will never be judged for that here. I love Dolly Parton still to this day. Never been to the Bahamas either. I'll never go out of the US. I'm definitely a homebody, staycation type of person. You know what though, Kilroy, you can go to the US Virgin Islands, you can go to Puerto Rico. You don't need a passport for any of these places. It's probably a cheaper plane ticket than New York. Well, it's different because I live in LA. I judge everything on like a coast to coast plane ticket. So it's probably cheaper to go. San Jose. Oh no, I live in Southern California, but Southern California is just humongous. So I live in the northern end. Theoretically, Anaheim is like an hour and a half away, but with traffic, it's 2 to 3 hours. So like people in LA, they judge where they're going based on time. So I would never say, oh, that's 20 miles away. I would say like, oh, that's 45 minutes away. When I think of Dolly, I think of Hello Dolly, the musical, and the move with Barbara Streisand and Louis Armstrong. I love both places as well. San Jose especially, and Monterey. When she said she based when she said she based her look off of a town prostitute, I was hooked. Oh, great. Now I have 9 to 5 stuck in my head. I always sing that when like the young guys start complaining on the job, but as the years go on, no one knows that song anymore. Perfect. Perfect. Dude, I could drive to New York in 6 hours. A plane ticket to Rico is probably more expensive than going to New York for me. Well, 8 hours. Oh, we lived in Northridge for a while. Northridge is beautiful. Northridge is very much like my town. It's very much like my town. Catch a plane to Miami and take a 3-day cruise for $300. Exactly. I actually know of this because somebody gave this really like hardcore speech on Facebook years ago. It was a group of friends of mine. They were like, "You want to know why you don't travel? Because you think you can't." Then they started posting pictures of all these exotic trips, and they were like, "All of these trips are in U.S. territories." So it's true. How about that BTO song, "Taking Care of Business"? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, let me taking care of business. When that song, okay, I'm about to age myself, but that song was, we always talk about played out songs and songs that were played over and over. TCBY was a way of life. People started saying TCBY, like, oh man, I remember that song. I'm really aging myself now, but I love taking care of business. Oh, now I got to get a TCBY patch. Do you know what's really funny? Watching the beat bracket and being a part of it on Critically Drinking, it has reminded me of all kinds of songs that I have forgotten about, or it's introduced me to songs that I've never heard in my life where I'm like, I actually like that song. I hate I hate Miami Airport, but the cruise rates are awesome. See, Rashawn, see, there's a ton of songs where I'm like, I forgot about that. There's a few songs that I've added to my playlist where I'm like, oh, I didn't know you exist, but I'm gonna bump you every day now. See, that is a good exchange of information when you learn new things and you're like, I've never heard this song, but I like it now. Because I'm stuck in my ways. And so I like it when I find something where I'm like, oh, this is something new. I heard Miami Airport is one of the biggest shitholes east of the Mississippi. I heard a story where a guy puked all over the floor, and 2 hours later, it still wasn't. That's just. Oh, you know what though? I'm gonna ask you an honest question. Have you been to an airport where you were satisfied? I know that's a crazy question, but have you ever been to an airport where you're like, wow, the service is great, this place is amazing? Please let me know. And I'm gonna say I've been to the Denver airport. And if you haven't, they have one of the most interesting murals ever at the Denver airport. Bracket sparks nostalgia. Absolutely. Absolutely, Ty. That's another thing. There are certain songs. And you know what? I'm gonna say it because how long are we in here? And I'm gonna bring it up. It's been an hour. Actually, no. I'm not gonna talk about that, man. Never mind. I heard a Total song the other day, and I was just like, I love this song, but there's some people that shouldn't be on the record. But I'm not from that generation, so Kansas City, Missouri is the best airport. Kansas City, Missouri. Okay. Okay. That's one place. That's one place I don't think I've been to Missouri, but I've never been to their airport before. Yes, small municipal airports during air shows with cool planes. I'm always sad. It's really funny you say that because the Van Nuys Airport is amazing. It's and the funny thing is a lot of people don't know this. They have a cafe. They have a cafe where you can sit and watch all the helicopters and Cessnas take off. I take my son there all the time. All the time. Rashawn gets what I'm saying. Never been on a plane. You know what, Dose? I didn't fly the first time I got on a plane. I believe I was like 19 or 20 years old. So I was late in the game. DIA isn't bad all the time. You know what? It just depends on, I guess, who's there, Wasn't here, but Amsterdam and Ghana were the best airports. Wow. I've never heard anybody say anything positive about a Ghanaian airport. Full disclosure, I know a lot about Ghana because I had a roommate who was from Ghana. I'm not kidding you. He used to always tell me, like, my father was a representative of Ghana in New York, and when the government changed, they all went home, but he didn't. I didn't believe him until the day the feds came to the door. Oh, Van Nuys Airport is great. It is absolutely great. And even in that area, you can get a cup of coffee. There's all kinds of shops on the road. The runway is right there. So it's a sight to see. I get off the freeway sometimes and take the road that goes adjacent with it because it's parallel with the freeway. But I go there all the time. All the time. Drove to Florida 3 times and Dallas 4 times. My plane trip will be to LA or Vegas. Vegas. Vegas caters towards tourists. And the funny thing is, it's not even that pricey. And I'm saying this as a Southern Californian where everything is expensive. To stay like at the Circus for 2 people, it's like $70-$80, which in Vegas is unheard of. You could go on a Saturday and pay that much. So Vegas will work with you. They when I went last time I went to Vegas, I went crazy for their $11.99 sirloin steak dinner. It was just a giant steak, mashed potatoes, and whatever else I wanted, but it was Vegas. So Vegas will work with you. I had a great time in Vegas. Municipal airports are like that. You could literally just walk around with confidence and a clean shirt and walk right up to the tarmac. For real, though. No, but for real. I taught my son that. That's how we saw the old underground LA runway. They had these doors open, and I told my son, follow me and just act like you've been there. We walked down. They had historians, people taking pictures. Man, we grabbed safety vests, and we just blend in. And my son got to see a part of Los Angeles that quite literally does not exist anymore. He tells everybody. He's like, my dad just walked in like he owned the place. I got that from Doctor Who. I'm not kidding you. Oh, you know they're gonna get your money anyways. Vegas, that's what I'm saying. Vegas does not play. They know how to treat people. They do. That's what, and it's so sad because I was a gambler, but that's how they kept me. That's how they got me. Oh, excuse me. Because their service is just bar none. Like, I would there was one time I was having a bad day at work to the point where I almost walked out. Gosh, that was 6 years ago. I remember the day I was having a bad day with my work clothes on a Thursday. My son was with my ex-wife and he was going to be with her the entire weekend. I got in my car. I went to 7-Eleven. I got a bunch of food and I drove to Vegas with my work clothes on. I got to the casino at like 9 or 10 at night with my work clothes on. They were like, welcome, compulsive gambler. They were happy to see me. I forgot about that. I had a bad day that day and drove to Las Vegas. I was planning on going to Vegas next month. I had a good time. So I'm like on the tourism board right now because let's be real. I hadn't left the house in 4 years. I hadn't left the house since the pandemic. So I was extremely I had no fear, but it was weird to see the Vegas I remember was completely torn down, but it's still, the cheap food was there. The cheap hotels were still there, so I had a good time. The government of Las Vegas heavily subsidizes tourism because they don't know they'll make it back on the taxes they spend while you're there. It's true. And Vegas is the only place on earth. Well, I'm sorry. No, it's not the only place. I can go from the city to utter and complete decadence. Vegas is weird. Like, I like walking through their malls. I'm not going to buy a Versace anything. I like walking through their malls because they're palatial. Like, they literally modeled them after the Roman Empire. So again, I just got back from Vegas a couple weeks ago, so I'm working for the tourism board right now. The heat is ridiculous. See, but Ty, I'm a desert dweller. No, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. But because I'm from a place where it right now, it was 80 in most of LA today. It was 90 where I live. And that's just the way of life around here. Tonight, I'm going to release an ASMR video. When you see me sitting in the sun, it was probably 91 degrees outside. So I'm one of those weirdos who likes the heat. And it's weird because I would people constantly talk about, would you rather be hot or cold? I think because I'm from the desert, I would rather be hot. I lived in Oregon, and on the 4th winter, I came home. I remember it was literally right after New Year's. I was in a bus stop with 6 layers on, and the wind whipped through every single one. And I was like, I'm moving back to California. So, to each their own. You're acclimated to the heat, and absolutely, I am the definition of a desert dweller. The day I ever felt, no, the best I ever felt was 114 dry heat in Vegas. Only time in my life where I had zero pain. I think that's another thing. When I lived in Arizona and Oregon, I didn't get sick one time because the air is pure. And that's just my little crackpot theory, but I loved living in both places. The Plaza has changed, but the Four Queens is still a good place to gamble. Absolutely, Michelle. And it kind of makes me sad though when my old Vegas disappeared. There was a resort, just this cheesy wannabe New Orleans resort I used to stay at. I turned a corner on Las Vegas Boulevard, and it quite literally is where the Sphere is. That's why if you ever hear me say the Sphere isn't that big, it's because I pulled right up under it, and I was like, where's my hotel? And it was, but it was sad. It felt like Lucifer was breathing on me at night. No, I get it. I get it, Ty. I moved from Southern California to Phoenix, Arizona when I was a kid. And I thought I knew what I say kid. I was like 18. I thought I knew what heat was. And then I moved to Phoenix. You feel the sun. The sun literally feels closer. Oh, man. Have a great night, Mona. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much. I was raised in Denver, Colorado, but I love Missouri, and it's the best of both. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's another reason why I want to move. I kind of I don't know. I don't know if I'm over the heat. I'm sitting here like I'm a desert dweller, but the older I get, like I'm over it. But I also do not want to live in a place like Oregon where it has like London weather. Do you know London and Portland, Oregon almost have the exact same weather as far as like it rains year round. I would always laugh when it would start raining and I'm like, don't say it. They'd be like, oh, it's a Portland summer. It's just raining, okay? It happens to be summer. It's just raining. Oh, the Magic Mike show was awesome. Oh, all right. Let me pin this. Where is my compass? Thank you, Ty. Thank you. Oh man, it is. I might have to open the door in a minute. It's starting to get hot in here. Let me turn up the A word because she's gonna say like it is 60 degrees outside. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
That means it's like 79-ish. Been to St. Louis and Kansas City, and they have the best barbecue in the country. I'll agree with you. I will definitely agree with you on that. It's really funny you would say that. I'm biased towards barbecue. I am biased. I barbecue myself. I have 2 grills in my backyard. I do not play around when it comes to barbecuing. 60, it's getting steamy in the house of sewing. It's 65-ish here. I'm going to take my boots off. And I do this every time because I'm a bit of a geek, but like, can we call it boot fished? Because hat fishing is real. I might boot fish somebody because I'm not as tall as I portray. This is me with my boots on, and this is me with one boot off. I'm not kidding you. That's how much taller my boots make. Did we just invent something? Boot fishing? I wear my ratty old cowboy boots because these are the most reliable pair of shoes I've ever had. This weekend, I've been talked into buying new boots. It's gonna be an experience because I haven't purchased new cowboy boots in like 6 years, and these are quality shoes. These have lasted me almost 6 or 7 years, so I'm biased towards my boots. But it's time because the dogs are barking. It's time to replace my boots. No, you've activated my Alexa. 77 and humid here in Chicagoland. Yeah, it's starting to get. And I think I'm not used to the humidity, and it's becoming humid here in Southern California. And so because of that, it's messing with me. I've experienced this in both Savannah, Georgia, and in Texas, where you get out of the shower, you dry off, and you're still wet. And that's starting to happen here. And that's crazy to Southern Californians because it's always dry here. We're not like Arizona. Arizona, for real, is a dry heat. I know that is one of the most cliche things on earth to say, but it's true. but we're starting to get humid here, and I can't hang. We fighting? Oh, Ty, that reminds me. There used to be a commercial where it would say, "A word, play Who Let the Dogs Out." Do you know there was one time, I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. I was in my house by myself and I could hear that song. I was like, "Oh, someone's in my house." I'm like creeping down the hallway. And it was a commercial talking to my A word. Oh man, I corrected that real quick. Oh, that was the worst. I was embarrassed because I'm thinking someone's in my house. And I'm like, "Oh no, where's the cricket bat?" I'm like talking. I'm like, "If you're out there, I feel sorry for you. If you're out there, I feel sorry for you." It was just my Alexa. That's it. That's all it was. Get some pointy boots so you can kill the crickets and cucarachas in the corner. Man, I wish we had. You know what's funny? I'll take a cockroach over a cricket. I said it, and I'll tell you why. Crickets yell. My house is infested for crickets. For anyone who doesn't know, I am not a fan of crickets. When you're in the country, it's the most beautiful sound on earth. When you're going on almost 11 years of your house being infested with crickets, it's incessant. Not a fan of crickets. I can't wear cowboy boots. My ankles stick out too far. Plus they catch rain and mud, and we got plenty out here in PA. Oh no. He needs to be like Lieutenant Dangle and buy some new boots and do some new boot goofing. I made a compromise because I refuse to get a new cowboy hat because they just don't make them for giant heads like mine anymore. So I have to get a special hat. So I compromised on getting new boots. I went upstairs with the butcher knife last week. Rock and roll was blasting in my bedroom when I got home. That's what I'm saying, Ty. I'm telling you, like, don't mess around with me like that. I was screaming down the hallway like, "I feel sorry for you. You don't know me." Just shaking. But it was really my Alexa. Oh, crickets stay on the floor and bars. They do. No, my house is so infected, Dose, that I took a picture a while ago. Oh, speaking of which, I have a few pictures. Let's take a break. I might bring my chair back because we are chatting this evening. Oh man. But in the door frame of my house, I was hearing crickets and I'm like, "What's going on?" And there was loose boards behind the door that goes to my garage, and there were crickets in the door jamb. I mean, they were everywhere. And I literally pushed it and they kind of jumped out. And they were looking at me like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Not a fan. Not a fan of crickets. I'm in the country. Crickets piss me off too. Most of the time, it's dead silent at night. You can only hear the wind. See, and that's another thing. Where I live, it's weirdly peaceful. That's why I'm making all those ASMR videos, man. I just go in my backyard and hang out, and it's peaceful. It is. And the crickets are trying to disturb my peace. Oh, they drive me crazy. After all these years, I'm not a fan. After all these years, I am not a fan of crickets. My nerves were gone. I would have been too. Are you kidding me? Don't mess around with me like that. I've watched too many scary movies as a kid. The A word is, and if it doesn't like the question you're asking, it'll just go boop boop. Like, nope, I'm a robot. You must not be talking about hood roaches because they will get into everything. Again, at least they do not yell. Crickets drive me mentally insane. I'm over it. I'm over the crickets. And lately it's so funny. Oh, because people are getting younger and younger. Lately, there's been all these new startup pest control companies. And part of me was like, I think I should start a pest control company. That's how you make money. I actually knew someone that worked for Dewey. Cereal box, alarm clock, and they will hitch a ride. That's true though. No, when I lived in MacArthur Park in Los Angeles, I learned that about crickets. They go. I'm sorry for roaches. They go where the heat is. I learned that living in MacArthur Park. To get rid of crickets, boil cinnamon, strain it out, add vinegar to water, spray your doorway and brush around the doorways and windows. They hate it. Michelle, I'm not kidding you. Hold on, let me screenshot that on my phone because I need something and I sincerely thank you. I'm not kidding you. My house is infested and it's a me problem. Like the other day I went to record something for my channel and all of a sudden a cricket started up and I was like, I'm so done with the crickets. But it's a cricket doing cricket things. I'm over it. I am over crickets. I will take that. Pest control is the new painting. I wonder if I could use any of my old paint gear for pest control. I do own it. Well, I own all kinds of stuff. The warfare I go through is unmatched. Oh, and I have a real respect for nature. I do. I have a job where I get paid to do whatever I want to rattlesnakes. I rehouse them instead of destroy them because they're part of the ecosystem here. I'm not anti-nature. I'm not at all. I'm just over crickets. They no longer have any value to me whatsoever. I'm actually pro snake. There's all kinds of people who are like, "Oh, what are you gonna do with the snake? Kill it, right?" And I'm like, "Sure, buddy." And I take it out and release it. I'm not pro cricket. Yes, Ty. Yes. No, but no crickets anymore. I think they sprayed the mosquitoes here with Gatorade. They do that here. I'm like, what do you guys? I really want to know what they're spraying in that. Yes, I I have a whole setup. I have leg gear. Really, what it is, I have a really long extender arm. Really what it is I'm crazy enough to remove them. There was one last week I put it in a rubber trash can. That thing was hissing at the lid. It was so mad at me. And then when I released it, I'm not kidding you, it turned around and hissed at me as it jumped out. It gave me the hiss. Oh, that thing was so mad at me. It was like I was just trying to get some sun. Oh, mosquitoes are the real bastards. Oh, you got me itching. You see, that's psychosomatic. You're talking about mosquitoes. I instantly start itching. I'm not a fan of them either. Man, you're gonna make me go get my fly swatter. I am a mosquito ninja. And I don't know who needs to hear this, but mosquito hawks are mosquitoes. I will go to the mat for this one. They are the same animal. They must be spraying some mutation juice on the bugs around here because I've been seeing flying bugs I've never saw. I didn't think that those weird murder hornet things were real until I saw one. And they look just as sinister in person as they do online. Oh, did I finally? It's me. It's not the rotary tool. It's me. I just am doing something with these things. Oh man. I think it's time for a new one. I had a snake on my patio last summer. You would have thought it was in the house the way I carried on screaming. Oh, see, I get paid because of you, Ty. And because of where I live, I can charge like crazy amounts to people because they're so scared they will. Oh. And the funny thing is, I still have an ornate fear of rattlesnakes. I do. I have an extreme fear of them, but like I still walk up to them, put them in a bucket, and take them somewhere else. Oh, that's funny, Ty. You're killing me. I can picture you just being like, ah! You know what though? Um, Anyone who knows me, like when I get scared, like if you catch me off guard and scare me, I get in my Billy Blank stance. It's the craziest thing. Something dropped at the job. It was like, it was, it busted some decibels in my ear. Everybody freaked out. I was like, what's wrong? I got in my Billy Blank stance. Now everybody at my job is like, Billy Blanks. You never know how you're going to respond. Oh, I've been stung so many times I can count. Bees, hornets, wasps. Do you know what's really funny, Dose? I've never been spung. I've never been stung by a bee, wasp, or anything. Hornet, never. I've never been stung. I've been in full swarms and everything. I think it's because I'm gothic and I'm always wearing long sleeve. Oh, I've had snakes in the basement before when I had a drainage issue. I still wonder how they got in and how they left. Snakes are wily creatures. They are. I called my sister at work. Her coworkers could hear me. Oh, good times. You know, it's good back to look and laugh at yourself for things like that because I laugh at when I get my Billy Blank stance. I laugh but that is my fear response. But it's funny because I look like I'm doing Tybo. I haven't been stung since I was a kid. I used to step on bees all the time and get stung in the foot. Oh wow. You know, I wonder about that because I have sunflowers. I have all kinds of flowers. I have sunflowers in my front yard, in my backyard. I like plants. I'm a plant person. But during this time of year, there's bees everywhere. And they love my fountain, you know, but I really have never been stung by a bee before. And when I was a kid, I used to like play with my mom. Tells a famous story because she asked me all the time, have you been stung by a bee yet? Because she's really wondering after all these years if I'm allergic or not. Kilroy, when you were stung, did you have an allergic reaction? After that Macaulay Culkin movie, I don't want to know. Oh. All right, let me pick up some of the scraps. Do you know I love watching concerts on YouTube? When I was younger, I was addicted to going to shows. I love loud thrashing music. I don't even care what genre it is. I love going to venues. I love going to concerts. And recently, Method Man said he'll never perform at Summer Jam again because there wasn't a crowd. And I thought he was just being pretentious, but today I watched a concert with Rodney O and Joe Cooley, and they performed in front of like 15 people. And I was like, that is so disrespectful, but not everybody's going to be into the same things that you are. And genres change, and just the things I absolutely love aren't popular anymore. But it's sad to see famous people performing in front of like 15 people. Kind of made me want to cry. At my last apartment, I was stung in both calves at the same time soon as I walked out of my front door. No. I got stung on my ear by a wasp, and I was so pissed I came back and took out its whole neck. Dose is going after the whole family. No, I was just a pain in the foot and a pain in the ass if I fell on my ass hopping on one foot going back to the house. You know what, though? A long time ago, I had a really good friend named Catherine. She was like a really good friend of mine. She took me to Santa Barbara on my birthday. I used to smoke a pipe. I used to smoke Captain Black out of a pipe, and I would put it in my back pocket because I thought I was Joe Cool. I thought I was the coolest person on earth. On my birthday in February in beautiful Santa Barbara, California, I set my back pocket on fire. And I remember I looked at my friend. I said, you know what? I think something's biting me. And she's like, your pocket's on fire. And she's hitting the back of my pants. My pants, I had a hole. I took a picture, man. It left a bruise and everything. So it felt like it bit me. They're not too bad, like fighting a tattoo artist. Do you know, and this is not even a political thing, I don't have any tattoos at all. And full disclosure, when I was like 19 or 20, I went out and got my certification to be a piercer. I worked at a tattoo shop. I worked at 3 tattoo shops on Hollywood Boulevard. It was one of the most gangster jobs I've ever had. But I learned that getting a tattoo isn't necessarily something that you should get when you're emotional. And so I'm so glad I didn't get a tattoo when I was a kid. It was pouring rain. Those bees were gangsta. What was the last concert you've been to? Wow. I'd have to think. Sabathon. When I went with my son, that's when they brought the tank out on stage. That was like either during or pre-COVID. I think that was like we didn't know what was going on. That was like in the weird stage. But I went and saw Sabathon with my son. That was an experience because I came as, you know, the elder to a rock show, so it was an experience. I knew somebody whose dad smoked a pipe. He had holes in the bottom of his shirt pockets from him putting the pipe in his shirt pockets and ember falling out and burning the holes. That's so true. All my pops' old clothes have burn holes in it. If it wasn't leather. So true. I won't get a tattoo, stupid. Do you know, I was in an emotional place, and I remember telling all the guys, I want this and this, and they were like, come back in a year, and if you still feel that same way, I'll give it to you for free. And I never came back and got that tattoo. So I listened to the advice of my elders, because where I'm from, you listen when older people talk. And I'm glad I took their advice, because I would be walking around with an awful tattoo on right now that in no way, shape, or form do I feel the same way that I did. Wow. That was 25 years ago. Wow. That was 25 years ago. I'm glad I didn't get that tattoo. I've done that before. I had a loose battery in my pocket and it touched some metal and poof. I jumped like Wile E. Coyote. I was Wile E. Coyote with the Acme rocket strapped to my butt. Oh man, that was a crazy experience when my pocket got set on fire. All right, so I have all my shapes cut out. I promise. There is some sewing that goes on in this room. I promise. This is not just the house of talking. But yesterday, this totally reminds me to segue to something. So it's no secret that I have a giant collection of hats. And someone bought me this hat a long time ago, and I had it at the job. And I got reminded that it would have been considered disrespectful if they saw that I never wore it. So I brought it home. I think this hat sat at my job for years. So I'm going to wear this when I'm gardening. And last night, I have a hat box. And I've gone through a million different hats. I love fitted hats. I don't rock a hat unless I've been to that city or been to that particular place. Oh my God, not Coyote TNT. I was like Wile E. Coyote. I'm not kidding you. At least I felt like it. You know, when you do idiotic things to yourself, you can't help but laugh at yourself, you know? Especially something like that. And I've learned, and I was not a rookie to smoking at that point, and I still set my pocket on fire. Oh. Put this away. Oh. Okay. I avoided disaster on that. Oh. Okay. Oof, it is hot in here. I definitely need to. Really, I would have never guessed you have a few hundred hats. I am the true definition of a hoarder. I never thought that I would get here, but I am here. But I'm not like those people on hoarders. Like, I'm not hoarding trash. That's my excuse. Well, trash is relative. He's got enough hats for a whole parade. I do. FYI, I love your cutting table. Thank you. Thank you. People get on me for that, but I've turned that Rubbermaid into my cutting table. I would have wore hats if my head shined like that. I have to protect my chrome dome. Are you kidding me? I'm insured by Lords of London and Earlshire. I gotta protect my chrome dome. Precious belong. Oh, it's true though. You know what though? I actually, because of my job, I actually worked with people that were like real life hoarders where we had to bring dumpsters to their house. And that actually helped me. Watching someone stand over a trash can arguing with people trying to help them will change your life. It will change your life. That's another reason you won't get a check from Big Sewing. You don't use an ultra premium exclusive luxury cutting table. But my brand is all about being a real person. It bothers me how pretentious certain communities are, especially sewing. Do you know, when I think of sewing, I think of my grandmother sitting at the table mad dogging my grandfather. Just for things that I was too young to understand. Or my father was into sewing. He'd pull his sewing machine out and he'd be like, "I'm not fixing your clothes." I totally understand that now at my age. I'm about being a real person. Because I feel like online sometimes we become these overinflated versions of ourselves and we forget who we really are. I came here on the basis of sewing and just talking my face off because I love meeting new people, having these experiences and having a good time, So I'm going to stay as Tubi. I'm going to stay as public access as I can for as long as I can. Oh, and plus I love thrifting. I love, I love a good bargain, and I live to haggle with vendors. I think that's one of the reasons I love fabric so much is because people will work with you. Man, there's one vendor, he gives me a dirty look, but he loves me. I'll nickel and dime. I'm like, he'll be like $12, and I'm like, $11.50. Oh, Grandpa blew his chonies out, and Grandma had to sew them back. Oh, my grandmother, my grandmother, I still have like those weird. I'll go grab it. It's been fun, but it's 5 a.m. Comes early in Missouri. Thank you so much, Michelle. It was awesome meeting you. It was absolutely awesome meeting you. I'll be back on Saturday. You are always welcome here in the House of Sewing. You are thank you for listening to me ramble for the past 2 hours. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't sell stuff because hagglers make me want to murder things. See, but that's why you got to bring me with you. I get down. And the funny thing is, I'm not an argumentative person. I don't argue with people. I don't even see a point with it. If I have to defend myself, that's different. But I love haggling. I live. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Awesome. I live to haggle. And I speak a few languages, so you can't play that I don't speak English role with me either. And I practice. I sit at home and practice Spanish and math and Spanish. So you can't even pull that with me. Hey, Chinese, great to see you. Great to see you. I hope everything is well. Yay, great to see you, Chinese. Awesome. Awesome. Let me clean up. It is a mess in here. So I did something today. I broke a rule of mine today. Hey, I even use ASL. Don't blame me. Absolutely, exactly. Do you know what's really funny? You have like learning sign language is like something. It's not a prerequisite, but it's like something at my job that you almost have to know because of the people that live there. Hey, I will never wag my finger at that. I don't even know how to say this. I broke my own rule today. I went to Subway. Boomy. So my son loves Subway. I don't. I worked at 120 something years ago. I know what's in the food, but I didn't feel like cooking. Excuse, stammer, equivocation. I ate Subway today. And do you know what's funny? I think it's psychosomatic. I didn't like it. I used to sell stuff on Facebook Marketplace, and it doesn't matter what you say. 20 is the lowest price I will accept. It's worth 30. People don't lowball or I won't respond. Will you take 10? That does drive me crazy. Like because I've sold cars, I'll put no, this is the price. No OBO. Excuse me, I'll put no OBO. And they still want to lowball me. That's why my car's is in front of my house. I have a truck I'm trying to sell, and nobody will give me the price for it. I live in a household where Russian is a primary language, and taking bets regarding whether non-size first word will be in English or Russian. We were just talking about that. Being bilingual, though, you'll make a ton of money. And any language, you'll make a ton of. I know, Ty. Oh, Sai, it's so good to see you, Chinese. I had a moment of weakness, Ty. Do I need to do my I have sinned? And you know what's funny? I eat a lot of food. I do not play. When it comes to eating, I do not play. I ate half of my foot long. They redid the menu, but I still prefer Jimmy John's. Everything is expensive in Southern California. Subway is like $17 range. Jimmy John's is $25 range per person. You might as well go and sit down in a fancy restaurant. Yay. Hello, hello. My boyfriend is trilingual, so he also speaks Hebrew. Awesome. It's good to see you, Chinese. Awesome. Laugh about this baby. Eats so much. Oh, you know what's really funny? When I was chopping it up with my MMA parent friends, we were all talking about how we miss the little guy days. Because when they grow up, they're asking for money and for your license. I mean for your car. Shame, but you've forgotten for this. But you're forgiven for the sake of your child. You know, I absolutely love my son. Like if he said, like I told him to his face, Subway is disgusting. But if you want to eat it, go ahead. But I melted down today and had some Subway and reminded myself I do not like it. My favorite sub sandwich is from a local place I can't mention without maybe doxing myself. I know that feeling. I want to talk about the pizza place by my house, but I can't say the name because it'll be doxing me. Because it's literally like within 4 minutes of my house. But I used to play bluegrass there 100 years ago. It's a great place. I love having a little baby again, but I'm looking forward to my tubes being removed. Hey, I have one child. Do you know what's really funny? My mom had an army of kids, and she was always stressed out. Just, if you move, boy, it'll be the last thing you do. Do you know what's really funny? At my age, I understand why she was like that. Because she had 5 children in the same place at the same time. Relatively speaking, around the same age. And I was 5 to 6 years younger than everybody else, but I have one kid, and sometimes I'm like, I feel like I'm gonna snap right now. Oh. Aw. I like the veal parm from a local Italian place. Oh gosh. See, we have now entered the food portion of the stream. I don't know why I went to. And you know what the funny thing is? We have a bunch of really amazing places around here too. I don't know why I went to Subway. I was just being lazy. You know what's so sad? I want to sell my golden eggs, but nobody wants that. I doubt that. You could probably. I knew people that would sell their plasma all the time. I knew. 2 kids is enough for me. I miss my mom though. She should have been able to enjoy her second grandchild. I know what you're saying. I think about that all the time. Especially because my son acts like my pops. I think about that all the time. I totally understand that. Oh. There was something else I was gonna do. Because I made hammer pants again, this Friday shows will be lit. I'm just warning you. I constantly age myself with my hammer love, but my Friday shows is going to be me dancing badly again. Nobody would want to make a baby from my material. That thing would pop out with 3 heads. It would be glowing neon blue. Kilroy, do you live near Army base? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, man, it's a mess in here. Oh, yeah, I busted out my ancient old hats. Oh, man. Oh, man. When the big one does hit, if you don't hear from me for like a week, just know, avenge that I'm trapped under all my, fabric. Absolutely nothing but love, Chinese. It's great to see you too. My aunt wants a DNA test to see if I'm actually the mother of the baby because she looks exactly like my boyfriend and nothing like me. You know what? I don't look anything like my mother in any way, shape, or form. Not in any way, shape, or form. To the point where I love telling this story. I picked up my mom from Burbank Airport. I was wearing my Baphomet jacket. I walked up to my mom with my son, and 5 police officers out of uniform surrounded my mom. They were like, "Do you know this man?" how do you know this man? She was like, he's my son. I'm not kidding you. They all walked away. So I know how that is. I know how that is. There was a bunch of fracking in the region so close enough. You will go to the sewing version of Oz. I would love to be behind the curtain. Oh, see, Dose, the second you said that, you got the De La Soul, ooh, 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 stuck in my head. I love that song. I'll go to that version of Oz. My old girl actually has some resemblance to me. This one is a tiny clone of her father. You never know. You know what? DNA is funny that way. It is funny that way. I will never forget that day when she looked at those people. She was like, well, I gave birth to this guy. He's my son. Oh, it's because my mom looks like a respectable senior citizen. And then this pirate came walking up. And they were like, do you know this man? Oh. It's giving Handmaid's Tale. Oh. Nano Sai has her dad's ears, fingers, feet, poop habits, and blood type. Let's see. Let me go through my notes. Oh, yeah, I've gone shorts crazy. I wrote down I'm a bear in my notes, and I still have no idea why I did that. I probably wrote that while I was watching Rashawn's stream earlier today. I still don't know why I wrote down I'm a bear. I'm going to keep silent while Mr. Sosa. No, it's all right. We've already fallen off the rails. Actually, let me finish. I'll take a 5-minute break and then I'll get back to it. Because it's really the matter of attaching everything. And you know what? Earlier today, when I put the bear in your chat, it was because that whole debate, something inside of me was like, wait a minute. So I'm just laughing at that whole bear debate. That's really what it is. Because I jokingly say, I'm the bear. Oh, good. I'm not over it. I'm still talking about it. I'm not over it. Micro C at least has my eyes and lips. She has her father's hair and bone structure, though. DNA is so funny, okay? My sister has 3 children from the same husband, okay? I'm not kidding you. Cosby kids. Every single kid is a different color. You know, I'm not kidding you. I'm not DNA. Like if your parents, if your mom is horizontal stripes and your dad's vertical stripes, if they're like this, one kid's gonna be like this, the other one's gonna be like this. DNA is a crapshoot. It is absolutely hilarious, Rashad. It's because you only had on a big shirt and no pants, like when he's up. That disturbed me, even as a kid. Heathcliff, when I was a kid, I used to watch the Heathcliff cartoon, and I would be like, I know he's a cat, but why is he wearing a hat? Because that would mean he needs to have clothes. Oh, man, I brought up Heathcliff. I've been wondering that my whole life. Absolutely, Ty, absolutely. I lost a friend behind those stupid hypotheticals. I like debates like that because it's an extremely open conversation where you can joke about it and have a good time. That's crazy. You used to work on West Hollywood. I think part of your bylaws over there is you gotta be a bear to get West Hollywood does not play. You also gotta know how to fight to work in West Hollywood. Oh, I'm gonna need my inhaler on that one. That is so true. Oh, they don't play in West Hollywood. You never know what people get passionate behind, though. You never know. I'm not even trying to say this to be funny. I've lost friends over all kinds of the stuff on the internet, so it happens. It happens. Technically, non-Chinese could be considered biracial. Her father was born in Azuba. I should know how to say that. So I guess he's technically Middle Eastern, and he identifies as Asian. Totally. I probably would be mad if it was Man Bear, but she got mad over Crocodile Mosquito. Oh. The internet is wild, though. There's people that I absolutely cherish that have come and gone. Like, the internet is a wild place, so I totally understand. I totally get it. Oh, let me move my camera. See, Kilroy, I'm treating my camera with respect. Oh. I am loving my new Canon camera, by the way. It's insane the things that people get offended over. But I'm saying that as someone who gets offended over things I see on the internet. So I've taken breaks before. And I think it's important to take breaks. I think it's really important to take breaks, or because the internet, if you incessantly over and over, it will drive you crazy. I used to know somebody and they just completely dropped off the net. Then they popped back up on the net and we're completely into drugs. That's a situation where I was like, dodged a bullet there. Exactly. Or people will like, I don't know. You know what? The human experience, I constantly say this, the human experience is a strange thing, you know? And with me, you don't have to lie to kick it. You don't. I promise you. I am not that exciting. I just, I almost feel like I should put that in my disclaimer after wigs. You don't have to lie to kick it. And you know, one of the reasons I never talk about politics is because all of my politics are local. Damn right. I'm a grown man. Lenny's crazy. Do you know he admitted he was celibate for 9 years? He was celibate for 9 years without going to prison. And everybody got mad because Ice-T lost it on Twitter. How's it going, Yellow? Good to see you. Good. Welcome. 9 years, Lenny. No wonder you were so repressed when I saw you. Even though that was 20 years ago. See, that's the kind of stuff I listen to on the internet when someone was like, Lenny said he was celibate for 9 years. And I was like, Lenny is crazy. How's it going? I don't lie. I got the soap to the mouth too many times to lie. I do embellish sometimes, though. My life's so damn boring. I got to embellish. You know what, though? I embellish, too. When I get pulled over, the cop's like, how fast were you going? I don't know. The speed limit, that's how fast I was. Knowing I was going 15 over. Oh. That's elite coach. That's elite coach to dodge it. Oh, grizzle. Let me pull this machine out. Oh. Mercy. Oh. You stop working on your muscles, what happens? All right, I'm going to take a quick break before I try to put this shirt together. I might have to bring the table back. Let me check my notes. Today has been just another one of those crazy days. I don't know why I did that to myself going to freaking Subway. It's just, Oh, all right, all right. So I have a question. Where is the line of cultural appropriation? There are a few people in the chat where I'm gonna ask that question to. I have a Native American patch that I'm gonna put on the back of one of my vests. One that I really don't show online that I wear all the time. But I had this weird moral dilemma of where is the line of cultural appropriation? I look at it like this. I am from America. America is Pac-Man. We eat every culture and everything. And much like the English, we incorporate it into our culture. Because I speak Spanish, I speak all kinds of things, I do all kinds of things. But where is that line of cultural appropriation between appreciating something or taking it over because you're from the West? I don't know. And keep in mind, I got trashed for wearing African clothes. I got people came at me. That was the first time where I felt like a YouTuber, where I was getting hate mail. He might put that thing on a pot of gumbo. He doesn't work on his muscle. He just pumps sewing machines instead of pumping iron. It's kind of true, though. I'm in here just on the bench curling a white rotary. I don't believe in cultural appropriation. Okay. So would you wear something from a different culture? Or would you go what was One Man Gang? Who was he? Wasn't he Ahmed? No. What was One Man Gang's name in WWF? Was that considered a Hakeem? Was that considered a cultural appropriation? I wish Greg was here. This is his favorite topic. If you try to neatly define what each culture has, you have to ignore basically all of history. During all of history, everything has been mixed throughout everywhere. I agree. I don't think we should consider it appropriation unless someone is making money from it. Otherwise, it's probably appreciation. See, the thing is, if someone says something to me, you're not going to see the nice side. So I try to respect people's culture because I'm not trying to have that debate with somebody. Akeem the Dream. Okay, so was Akeem offensive? Akeem the African Dream. And keep in mind, the One Man Gang was actually a nice guy. He wasn't, in an interview, he even said, hey man, I did that because I got paid. It was more of a rib to Dusty. Dusty would be closer to appropriating than Hakeem. Wow. I never thought about that. But is there a line though? Because I kind of consider, because I'm from America, that Slick was his manager. Man, those were hairy days. And the funny thing is, I still watch those matches. They're on YouTube. Right now, there's a match from 1988 when they were at the Forum in LA. It's a trip. And it's activists will slam somebody for cultural appropriation, but you can ask people from that culture and they think it's pretty cool, and other people are picking up their stuff. That bothers me too. As somebody who lived in Mexico twice, they don't care. As far as cultural appropriation, because there's very traditional Mexican dresses I see people wearing here, and people in Mexico, they don't care if you bought it, as long as you didn't steal it. They could care less. They make it so thinking that other people are going to wear it. Exactly. Slick was problematic as F. That's what I'm trying to say. So where is that line? The second definition of appropriation is money set aside. I think it should keep the, excuse me, of money. It makes the distinction clear. Yeah, I agree, but sorry, I'm super burpy. I haven't drinking enough water today. Okay. So if I'm not making money off of it, then it's not cultural appropriation. My whole point is, the world is in a real bad place right now. I just don't want to be put in a situation to check somebody because they don't like my clothes. Where is that patch? I used to wear a coat. It was a vest that said "We all believe in lies," and it was a cross. I'm not kidding you. That coat started more fights. There was one guy. I'm at the 99-cent store, minding my own business. I turn around. He's like, Romans chapter 1, and he's shaking at me. And I still wear it from time to time, but people are crazy. It does make sense. I don't know. It's just one of those weird things. And I do wear things that offend people. I have a patch that I don't even think that I could mention it on YouTube. But I wear that, and every time I wear that, people are like, can you wear that patch? It's, freedom of speech. It's like the Eminem argument. He is still one of the best ever to do it. That's true. That is very true about Eminem. I don't even like him nowadays, but I still love Rap God. And the Venom song, I still play that song. If you start selling stuff based on someone else's culture, it's appropriation. If you just like an aspect of it, it's appreciation. Okay. And I try to I actually know quite a few people that are like real life Native American, and that whole history is just sad. So I try to come with utter and complete respect, and I kind of feel like everybody should treat every culture like that, not just one. We should treat all cultures like that. But I'm also not saying be so butt snorkely that you don't do what you want to do. And I would clarify, you only do it with the intention to make money. Oh, okay. I would leave Eminem out. He really appreciated the culture and the art of rap. He did. No, he paid homage to the people he needed to. If anybody hates Eminem, they're just jealous as shit. Dude's got his shit down, and he was smart and stepped back before he got himself into any real stupid. Recently, you know what? Eminem has started a bunch of really idiotic beefs, but it goes back to my argument of it's weird watching rich people argue. But Rashawn a long time ago said something really intelligent that stuck with me. That is there like a socioeconomic barrier on having a problem with somebody, and there isn't. You can still be rich and have a beef. I'm not saying. It's just weird to me. That's true. Eminem, like, I'm telling you, Rap God, I still bump Rap God. Is that the name of it? I don't know. I love that song. If he only started rapping to make money, appropriation. There are even black people who do that. It's true, though. Are you kidding me? I know somebody who started a church because they knew they were going to make money off of it. And still to this day, because of that church, they bought a house in Southern California. they have property and land and all kinds of stuff. And I wouldn't necessarily call that person a believer. I still listen to him. I have everything he made. Even his new stuff does. That's crazy. A stupid beef is still better than going Kanye and thinking Jewish people are behind everything because you refuse to take your damn meds. You know what? Kanye makes me want to cry, though. Kanye's different. Kanye makes me want to cry. What a waste of spiritual appropriation. It's true, though. It's true. He made a ton of money. We were talking about the too rich to beefing with Kendrick and Drake. My only issue was Kendrick trying to relate to people as if he's still one of us, knowing he's elite. That is true. Like, if you live somewhere where you got to sign in to get there, you're not one of us. Just like lacking self-awareness, he wants us to dislike Drake on being elite while being elite as well. Is for real, though. See, that was my whole thing about all of it. That's why I made my comment. Like, they're writing this from mansions. If he was sitting in a donut shop at 3 a.m. because his roommate was too loud, like, I'm there. But like, you're sitting in a house the size of my neighborhood. Every genius is kind of crazy. DJ Quick has a saying, there's a fine line between being brilliant and plumb loco. Fine line. Some random ex-con started a church around here. Place is full-blown cult. He bought a house and a few fancy cars. Someone legit left their husband to spend more time with his church culty thing. Someone I grew up with did. It's weird. I've watched the progression of his church through from the beginning, from the time he was sitting in his backyard. I think I want to start a church. Kendrick to Drake, not like us. Yella to Kendrick, who is us? If you have bodyguards, you have exceeded my socioeconomic level. When's the last time Kendrick ate ramen? Don't make me get the giant packs of ramen that are on my fridge right now. I love cup of noodles, though. I don't know what's wrong with me. Do you know what's funny? I put cup of noodles in the microwave. My son last year, he's like, are you kidding me? He's like, read the label. Do you know I never read the cup of noodles where it said do not microwave? Though there's crazy, and then there's Hitler crazy. Kanye is Hitler crazy. Kanye is, though. You're not like us other ninja. I'm telling you, if you have bodyguards, if you have, and you know what? Like, I know ultra rich. There's nothing wrong with that. But like, be yacht club. Because let me tell you, the second I achieve yacht club, I'm going to wear the sweater over my arms. I don't care if that's her name or not. I'm going to just start calling my woman Buffy, my imaginary woman. Her name would be Buffy. Man, that's a go-to. That and Eggo waffles. Still to this day, I think I have an Eggo addiction, but I love cup of noodles. If you want to eat the bricks, you're really. Oh, that's true. I'm a madman. I break up the noodles inside the bag and then dump the seasoning packet in the bag and eat the country noodles and the seasoning. I'll eat them dry. I've been like that since I was a little kid, too. That's with the bags of ramen. Pastel and boat shoes every day. Oh, I haven't even partaken in my smoke break yet. Do you know what it is? It's sewing is like painting. You spend more time prepping than you do doing the art form. When I used to paint, I'd spend 6 hours tarping and then like 20-30 minutes painting because I have a full paint gun. Hey, Yella, I eat it the same way. Same way. I'm opening my church next week. Poppy Seed of Faith Ministries. Will you be one? Oh, could you be my neighbor? I'll be in the midst. I'll join your church if you have a smoking section and you let me just be a general heathen. And just don't put any rules on me or expectations. I'll come hang out with you guys. Could you be my neighbor? Crunch raw noodles is diabolical. I never said I wasn't a supervillain sitting in my lair right now, planning the... I am. Do you see my shirt? Hold on. 50. Oh, you can't see it from the front. Let's see if you can see it from the back. Will you be my neighbor? If you know, you know. There you go. It says 5150 hardcore. This is an old man biker shirt, because now if you're 5150, you're gonna get taken in by by the white coats. Ty, I should open up Spoon. I should open up Spoon of Black Tar Ministries. I make a bunch of money. Welcome to the family. Hey, I'm here. All right. Them 5150s is crazy. Do you know what's funny? In the old school biker world, like, this shirt was meant to warn people. Like, hey, you can play games, but I'm real life crazy. Matter of fact, the shirts like this is why I'm thinking about getting either an emulsion box or getting a t-shirt press, because I want to remake all the old biker shirts I have. I have a lot of like biker shirts from the 1970s and 80s and things that like really don't exist anymore. And so I'm thinking about recreating a lot of my shirts. Welcome to the fold, Rashawn. I'm thinking about recreating all my old school biker shirts. I think it's time. Even a voluntary commitment is crazy. You're in for 3 to 7 day bit, and it's basically like minimum security. Hey, whatever brings in the bucks. All right. We're playing that game again. Is it a Sega Genesis controller or is it a sewing pedal? Perfect. All right. I still think it's funny that my serger and this white sewing machine have the exact same cord. I love it when machines have interchangeable parts. I think most things should be like that. I'm looking at you, Apple. It still drives me crazy how Apple doesn't have anything that's compatible. So you have to buy their overpriced stuff in order to keep up with their computers. That is my new rant about Apple and their overpriced stuff. For one connector that I would be able to plug in USB and everything for my laptop, they want $107. I went down to 7-Eleven and I got its lookalike cousin for like $5 and it works. So I'm not a fan of Apple right now. I'm actually surprised that my computer's held up this long. The heat has really I might have to get another fan. I'm thinking about rearranging this room or moving all of my computers to the closet. I used to have like central command in the closet, but then I don't smoke in my house, so I was walking outside every half an hour. It got old. I had to oil a door latch today. It was a refreshing experience compared to electronics. It just opened up and I was able to oil it. No stupid connectors, no weird screws. I did it in 20 minutes. I miss stuff like that. I absolutely miss stuff like that. I go back and forth if I want to live in that ultra technological world. I don't know if I do. We're doing 90 this week. I might as well join Kilroy's Church of Black Tar. Probably less damage to my teeth. As long as you don't have sugar in there. Sugar is the real villain. Says the sugaraholic. But sugar is what rots your teeth out. At least as far as the American diet goes. All right. Now I just have Mr. Rogers stuck in my head. I had this whole shtick I was going for my channel. But then the My So-Called Life thing took off. But I had this whole Mr. Rogers shtick I was going to do. It was kind of gonna be a ploy on Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood from the old SNL skits. That's back when I was gonna have my name as Fred Sanford. Speaking of which, like I know I own a lot of sewing machines, but I do not own enough where I have to have it in a separate warehouse. Just a friendly reminder. I'm definitely adding sugar to everything, including sugar. I'll drink to that. If you saw how much sugar I put in my coffee, you'd call somebody. I agree, but I got a case of Bargs and half a case of Dr. Pepper in the basement right now. Do you know what's so funny? I have mug in my fridge right now. I thought of you. They do not sell Bargs in my area. I would literally have to special order it like I did with that Cheetos popcorn. I might do that. I got hooked on this Cheetos popcorn to the point where I was ordering it off of Amazon and getting the boxes that you get if you work at the store. I was hooked on that Cheetos popcorn. Matter of fact, I think I need another box. So I know you can order stuff. Are you kidding me? With enough money, they will mail anything to your house. All right. Like I always say, reinforce your seams. So I'm going to reinforce this. Sugared will be my contribution to the downfall of humanity. You rock the Flying J. Chug stop latte. Oh, I would. Oh, with pride. I'm not a snob when it comes to something like that. And I know Rashawn pointed out, if you say you're not a snob, you are. But I am not a snob when it comes to coffee. I will drink anything. I'll drink Truck Stop. I'll drink AA, NA, Overeaters. I don't care. If you got coffee, I'll go to your meeting. If you say Mr. Rogers 5 times, a Lady Elaine Fairchild puppet will try to kill you. Hey, man, don't say that. Like, I live alone. Just like Ty was saying earlier, when you hear stuff, when you're alone in your house, you hear something, you come through with a kitchen knife like, I know how to fight. You're screaming down the hallway. I feel sorry for you. But my son isn't here. I get any bump. I'm like, what is that? What's that noise? Birch beer is fire. Oh, man, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. Mr. Rogers was from Pittsburgh. If you say his name 5 times, your house gets full of steel mill smoke and you get a bunch of steel workers striking outside your house. Hey, it's like that. Every time I go to downtown LA, someone's on strike. Every time. Oh, that reminds me of LA. Every time I go down, I'm like, who's on strike this week? Oh. If you don't serve coffee at your meetings or function, I immediately know you have no idea what the hell you're doing. I agree. I'm one of those weird people. I've been drinking coffee my entire life, so I'm biased. Like you can't not have coffee there. But the other day, my son was like, do you get any water intake? I said, there's water in coffee. He didn't think that was funny. But technically, I drink pots and pots of water every day. There's just bean juice in there. Yes, birch beer tastes too fucking good. If I hear crying, spiritual warfare with my guns and knives. Oh, I screamed down the hallway like I've got backup. But I've like, and you know what? Please do not take any advice from me whatsoever. I keep heavy objects around me. I do. Do not come running in here. Do not come running in here. I laughed at myself the other night. Like, my neighborhood is straight Mayberry. It's boring, okay? I, I had the door open. I was so, it was like 2 a.m, and I heard a noise. And I turned the corner and I looked. It was a raccoon. I almost I almost threw my iron at the raccoon because I thought the raccoon was a person trying to get in the garage. Raccoon was minding its own business, trying to get past. When seconds count, the police are minutes to hours away. Oh, don't mess with, don't come in here. I got knives stashed around my house like Rambo, but it wouldn't probably be like Ernest Goes to Camp. Do you know what's so funny? I love Ernest. It's so funny you would say that. Oh, I had to look. You know what? My son probably moved him because of the brat. I have empty champagne bottles just randomly placed around this room. Do not come running in here. I will come at you. Ah! It's true though. It's true. I have a gun literally 5 steps away from this chair. Where I live though, Kilroy, if I was to physically hurt an intruder, they can sue me. And if I was to unalive somebody, their family can sue me. In my state, it's like Australia. California is just like Western Australia, where you're liable if someone breaks in your house. I have geese. Oh man, ducks. Good man. There's a excuse me, sir. The possum for real. Like I don't know. I have a weird love-hate with the possum because he tears up my trash, but he's a possum. And the possum's disgusting because he ate a bottle of suntan lotion. Still to this day, I know the possum doesn't speak English, but come on, bro. And he just didn't eat one. He ate 2. Gross, disgusting. Ugh. A bunch of other guns in other places. They are raccoons. Raccoons are not scared of people. At least the ones where I live. Oh, and geese are. I have PTSD. There's a place called Lakeshore by my house. I dated a woman who lived there, and when Isaiah was like 2 or 3, ducks tried to attack my child. I came through kicking like the Rockettes. I was like, get away from my child. Ducks, geese are evil. We get Canadian geese here. They migrate north and south. Those fuckers will try to kill you. I'm telling you, I'll fight one. I love nature. I have respect for nature, but there are certain animals, ducks. I'm looking at you. Not a fan. You know, a duck is like a raccoon too. They're not scared of you either. Maybe it's because their mouth is just filled with horror. Don't ever look up the anatomy of a duck. They are creepy animals too. Hey, wait, what? I'm a grown-ass man. I don't play. Are you kidding me? What was it? It's the Bobby Hill. That's my purse. That is me. That's my purse. And I go at it like Bobby Hill. That is my purse. Get your hands off my purse. I do not play. All right, who messed up where? Or is the bobbin empty? I am not a fan. I hate coons. We had a whole bunch of chickens. 2 coons ate every one of the chickens. When I'm telling you, shoot them both when we found them in the morning and threw them out for the bears to eat. Great last meal. I'm not a fan either. I told you when they ate my pineapple, I was like, you are lucky we don't live anywhere else. They sit at the bottom of the entrance of my development, the block. They block us from leaving out. All you're doing, if they see you not moving, all you're doing is making those raccoons tougher. There was one stuck in a trash can at my job. We put a 2x4 in there. It started chewing the 2x4. We're like, dummy, get out of the trash can. We got things to do. I grew, this is no secret. A year ago, I grow food. I grow all types of food. I was growing pineapples. I felt so accomplished. I had these little baby pineapples that grew into actual pineapples. The raccoons waited until the day they were ripe and took all of them. And they left me the top too, because they're just evil. We got turkeys here. They just run across the street like squirrels in front of cars. I could not hang. With that. No, I would not be able to hang with wild turkeys. Ooh, the booze is bad enough. Oh, excuse me. Man, I really need to incorporate water into my diet. Good grief. Oh, the bobbin is not being nice. There we go. Oh, I'm like holding it up so you can see what I'm doing. I have my stop screen on. Professional YouTuber. Professional. Oh, bro, what happened? Okay, let's try that again. Professional YouTuber. Take 5. like squishing in a oh, a guy was fined for plowing them over with his truck. $100 each. Nope, because I have a big truck. I do, and I have this thing of like I would never hit a person ever because I just don't have it in me. But if like there was a turkey in front of my car, that is really stupid. Can you at least like take them home and fry them? I would have Googled. Thank you. See, Dose and I are on the same page. I have a deep fryer. They would have found all. Thank you. I would have deep fried that thing. I would have invited the city over for a party. Like, hey, you guys like turkey? Oh my, that reminds me of my neighbor. He hasn't gone in a year. Well, he hasn't gone since COVID. But I have a neighbor. Exactly. They gone learn. But if I had something like that, I would cook it. I have a neighbor who would go fishing for tuna every year. He would bring me at least 15 pounds of tuna every year. And one year I asked him, I was like, why are you giving me this fish every year? He looked at me and he's like, I don't eat fish. I was like, but you go on a deep sea cruise every year. I would have tuna all year, but it's different when you get real tuna from the ocean. It's amazing, you know. I got rid of my big freezer because it was old school and taking a lot of power, but I used to have a giant freezer in here, and most of the year it would have tuna in it. And it smelled like it had tuna in it too. And the funny thing is, when I got rid of it, it smelled like tuna, like actual from the ocean tuna. Like the actual real fish. Geese blocking the entrance to KFC and you can't run them over is crazy. Where I live, there wouldn't be geese in front of a KFC. Nothing goes to waste here in LA. Nothing goes to waste. Oh, that's hilarious. You know what? I think I can do this sitting down. We're going to find out today. We are going to find out. We do not. Are you kidding me? If there were geese in front of a KFC in LA, they would be like 5 minutes later, they'd have geese on the menu. Oh, man. Where is that pattern? Let's see. I already brought up my kiddie pool. Those kids hate me over Omegle. I mean, where's that? Oh. I laughed today because Lifetime of Tuna is cool, but I die because I don't eat seafood. I laughed when he told me he doesn't eat seafood. It's someone I've known my entire life. So it's not like it's just some rando. This is someone like I grew up with his children. Like I've known him my entire life. But it tripped me out because you think you know somebody. He just likes going on the trip. And he knows that I have an unreal size freezer. Well, I don't anymore, but like he knew, you know. I almost said my last name. He was like, William. He's like, I know William, but I love fish. I absolutely love fish. It's weird to me that people don't eat fish. And I don't know who needs to hear this, but at least in America, if you eat anything that's like imitation crab or any of that, it's Alaskan polyp. That's literally what it is. It is the most fished fish on, at least in North America, is Alaskan polyp. He gave me so much tuna one year that I sold a bunch to a sushi place by my house. That's how much he gave me. I'm trying to try every fish. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you know what got me like more than my parents? Do you know what got me on my quest to try every fish? Was going to Red Lobster. Man, I miss Red Lobster. I wonder if I ask her, will she dox me? Let me. Alexa, is there a Red Lobster near me?
I found a few nearby options. There's Red on Van Oren Street, and Red Lobster, 38.9 miles away on West Avenue P.
You know what? I think there's no way that one is still in my town. Thank you. I hate seafood. The only seafood I like is the mystery fried fish you get in the freezer section, in the fish fillets. No cheese, pickles. Just give me tartar sauce. I grew up on Gordon's fish. I love fish patty, fish sticks. Thank you, Ty. The cheddar biscuits are. I've told this story before. In high school, I got so hardcore, I learned how to make them because it's nothing but Bisquick, cheese, and some love. See, keep less. I almost said the A word. I say the A word as code because I do not want to trigger her. I had most of the freshwater fish and a few salt ones. My favorite is northern pike. Oh man, you're taking me back. I did some time up north. I did not do time like hanging out, but like I've had walleye, all kinds of crazy stuff. Didn't even know it existed until I went to the Michigan area. I grew up on Gordon's and Vandy Camps too. I will still eat that. I'm telling you, I will still eat that. It's so sad, but growing up Catholic, that was the only. I need a table for this. Man, I have indigestion today, big time. But that was the only thing I looked forward to, like during the Lent season, was I would go off on Fridays with the fish. Oh, I would go off. I still make fish sandwiches McDonald's style. You know what it is? It's I love fried everything. You could fry a tire and I'd probably eat it. I've told the story. I go to the Bakerfield State Fair every year because it is the mecca of carnival food, at least in this area. They will fry anything. You haven't had a what yet? Oh, are you talking about Gordon's? Let me grab my table. Oh. All right. I just need a table to be able to place these in a decent position. Oh, I've had alligator. It's a lot fishier than you'd think. I had this talk with my son the other day, and it makes me laugh every time when he's like, "What are Rocky Mountain oysters again?" I'm like that. I will try anything. I'm like that. I'll try anything. I went to Catholic school. We got fish lunches every Friday on Lent, but you had to set up the tables for the public dinner service to get it. My church, man, they believe in child labor. My church was the same way. Those Catholics are big on child labor. Some Catholic school would teach you work ethic. That was one of them. You know what? When I was a little kid, they took all of us in the church and they had us line up and they had someone, reading from the Bible, but they had people behind making noise. People were fake baby crying. It actually taught me to ignore people behind me. I actually thank my church for that. They gave us a skill. They were really teaching us to stare at the pulpit and listen, but it taught me how to focus while someone was talking, while there's chaos behind you. So in a weird way, I thank my I thank my church for that, because it's a life skill I still use to this day. I can read in a room of chaos. Man, the world could be going off and I could just sit there and be in my own little world reading a book, and that's because I have home training in that way. But that's my only praise. All right. Oh, wow. But seriously, I want to humbly say thank you to everybody who has subscribed to my channel. I never thought I would make it this far, and I'm going to keep going until the wheels fall off. So I thank everybody. All right, let me finish this shirt. I do advertise myself as a sewing channel. All right. That's not perfect, but I'm going to make it. I'm just going to, you know what? I'm just going to sew that and let the sewing machine figure out the rest. All right. I always get quiet on the part where I'm lining everything up, because that's the one time I have to pay attention, just to make sure everything, I do this kind of not paying attention because I do this all the time. But when you like, if you miss simple mistakes, you're going to spend more time going back and fixing them. So I try to do it right the first time. I try. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Yay. Oh, Kira, you got me going with that. I was raised extremely hardcore Catholic, and I learned all kinds of crazy stuff from them. It's the first place I smoked a cigarette was at my church. My first delinquent friends. Oh. We don't want to witness any accidents. Take your time. You know, I always fear that when I turn the corner, because one day I'm going to turn that corner and just flop straight into this room. This is sociology, where we talk about sewing and feeling and other shit. Oh, you know what we do, and it's okay to have feelings. I was raised by people that thought that children should be robots. It's okay. Just don't talk about them all the time, but it's okay to have feelings. I consider what I do kind of like self-filled. I kind of like what Bree said about me earlier today. I should take my my sewing. What I do, it's like slam poetry. I just throw myself on stage and start talking. This is the fun sewing show where everything goes. Absolutely. You don't have to just talk about buttons from the 1800s or scissors from the 1940s. Those are cool, though. Oh, patent pending, SoFi. Patent pending. I love it. I see people getting rich off of doing tours. I don't know if anyone is subscribed to EJ Speaks, but she has this whole comedy routine she does now, and she's made money because she gained all these YouTube subscribers. Then she started going out on tour, and she's making money off of it. There's a bunch of people like that. I'm not even into this guy, but it tripped me out how when I was in Vegas, I turned a corner and there was this giant billboard of Theo Vaughn. Don't even know the guy. I'm not even into his stuff, but he's a YouTuber who's headlining in Vegas now. I was like, oh my goodness. Oh, this is an unmatched experience. Hey man, I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I'm not here to do any of that. I think the world would be a better place if we stopped talking about politics. I think maybe the new stadium in LA might ding you for trademark if you use SoFi. I was so mad when they stopped calling it the Staples Center. I was so mad. I am one of those stubborn humans where I still call it the Staples Center. I watch a lot of LA sports. Broadcasters, they still call it the Staples Center. But that's more of a flub than anything else. But you are right. SoFi would get me sued. The Rams play there. I tried Theo Vaughn. He's a typical burnout douche. Hated him. I've never listened to anything he said. The only real thing I knew about him was that Sexy Red went on his show and said that someone who shall not be remain nameless gave her money during his presidency. But really, no president gives you money. It's Congress. No president has ever given you a kicker ever. They might sign it off, they might put their name on it, but it's always Congress. It's never the president. And it's just sad to me that people don't know that. I I still call the place where I still call the place where the Steelers play Heinz Field. Some insurance company bought the naming rights, and now it's called. I did not know that. I still call it Heinz Field. That's so funny. The name has no romance or style to it. I still call it Heinz Field. Oh, that's funny. That now I have to ask a question. Like I have an Orioles hat that I got at Camden Yards. Is it still called Camden Yards? Matter of fact, I pulled that hat out of retirement last night because I was just bored. Can't say it was for anything heroic. I was just bored and trying on old hats. I pulled out a hat that I've had for over like 20 something years. That's how I knew it was time to go to bed. Beautiful. It is weird. It's weird when they change the name. It's weird. Like Staples Center is now Crypto Arena. Which knows how I got quiet when I called it Crypto Arena. Doesn't even sound right. That sounds like a place where you trap Superman. That doesn't sound like a place where the Clippers, Lakers, and Kings play. Man, they done changed all the stadiums. Comiskey Park, then US Cellular. What? Then Guaranteed Rate? That's a terrible name. I lived in Arizona when the Diamondbacks won the World Series. They used to call it the Bob. I got mad. And you know what? I've lost track of how many times they've changed the name of that stadium. And if you're ever on the West Coast, if you ever want an experience, go to a ball game in Arizona. It's unreal to be in an air-conditioned stadium when you know it's 115 outside, but you're comfy. You're in the stadium and you're like, man, I should have brought a sweater in here. Watching baseball in their dome in Arizona is an experience. US Cellular was okay. We called it the Cell. The one and only good Jennifer. Well, no, Anaconda was a good movie. The only good movie that Jennifer Lopez starred in. Guaranteed Rate. I don't know if I'd like a ballpark that wasn't open to the sky. That's part of the whole baseball thing. It's meant to be outside. Yeah, but like when I was a little kid, my family took me to Minnesota and I got to see Kirby Puckett. It was unreal to be in a dome. And now they play outside. Have a great night, Joy. Thank you so much for stopping by. Do you know anything about fabrics when you started sewing? Do you know a lot now? Can you tell the difference between real and fake? Yes. Like I had an eye for real and fake even back then because LA is the land of bootleg. Like people make fun of Bishop Lamar Whitehead for wearing all these Gucci and Fendi suits. I can go get those same prints in downtown right now. So I can spot a fake a mile away, even before I knew thread counts. He buys his fabric from a guy who drinks beer all day. He doesn't care if it's real or fake. Now, this is true. I've purchased a bunch of fake Fendi. I have a ton of fake Fendi in here. I have a ton of I'm weird. I don't have a problem with bootleg. Like I have a bootleg Nolan Ryan jersey. I don't know. I go back and forth between real and fake. And the bootleg jersey is real, is good quality. Have a great night, Joy. But now I can spot fake fabric. My problem with like thread count, I just didn't care enough to even do research on it. When I finally did, I now know the difference. Guaranteed rate field, but I bet the ticket rates change frequently for real though. It is trash. I got mad. I'm still mad at Crypto Arena. Doesn't even sound right. No, what is it? It's like it's something. That's the greatest thing about the Pirates sucking all my life. I can buy a ticket by home point for like 20 and 40 bucks. Anytime. Perfect example. When the Kings stunk, I could sit near the glass for 15 bucks. Man, you can't even walk in the stadium for that much now. Lamar was wearing area rug. Oh, Lamar. Bishop Lamar Whitehead was wearing area rugs. He was flossing these suits, and to people who sew, they were like, is he really wearing that? Like, and a lot of his stuff was well made. Whoever was making these suits, they know how to sew. That's not the issue. These suits were well made. But like I said, I can go buy rolls of that right now. The same stuff he's wearing. Like even right now, oh, Jay Lee's live. You can see the Chisme I watch. But that's a picture of him right there. Man, she makes such good thumbnails. I hope I don't get a copyright strike for that. But good old Jay Lee's corner, because I love Chisme. That's him right there with the plaid suit on. That's fake. I could go get that print right now in downtown LA. Y'all had Barry Bonds before his head got too big. Do you know that's an actual side effect from steroids dose? If you look back at Gail Devers and what was her name? It wasn't Jackie Joyner Kersey, was it? If you look at the 90s sprinters, they were on steroids. If you look at pictures of them, their jaws got bigger over time. Like it's bad. That whole era, all those people were on steroids. And you know what's so funny? If anyone else said that, I would fight them. I'd be like, don't talk about my people, but it's true. It's true. Marion Jones, she was on roids too. No, it was. Oh, now I have to look it up because it wasn't Gail Devers. It was Marion Jones was too. But who were the 90s? Oh, what was her name? And I don't even like Marcellus Wiley, but he kind of exposed this because he was there. And over time, you could see how certain people's jaws were getting bigger because they were taking steroids. Marion Jones just got busted, but I can't remember her name now. Because it was Gail Devers and somebody else. They were famous in the 90s. It was Jackie Joyner Kersey. And you know, this is no disrespect. You could just look at pictures and see over time they were using steroids. But the 90s was the roids era. It's sad. I have this conversation with a friend of mine. Like all my heroes when I was a kid were all on steroids. Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco, all of them. Exactly. And it's sad because once you find out what to look for, you can see it. You can see it the second you know what to look for. Because when you start taking human growth hormones, things happen in your body, whether you want them to or not. And in a weird way, I learned about all of this because of them. Jose liked more than steroids. Jose was a sad story though, because I've told the story a bunch. There's a softball league in my town and Jose Canseco was in it. And I remember going to the park and being like, that's really Jose Canseco. And let me tell you, you're not going to run up on him. He's a big dude. You're not going to talk trash to him. But Jose Canseco, yeah, he's a sad story. I kind of want to have a league where you're required to take roids just to see what kinds of baseball we'd get out of it. Poor Lenny Dykstra, all Darren Dalton, all those guys were on roids. All those guys. So tell me why you don't like Wiley, please. So Marcellus Wiley, he went down the Terry Crews pipeline where he sold out. There's one thing to be conservative, but it's another to sell out your own people. Marcellus Wiley went the way of Candace Owens. And if that's your thing, I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to say anything about you. That's just not my thing. We know how to do hair. I don't know why Candace Owens' hair bothers me so much. I want to take her to a salon and be like, here, someone needs to help you out. He loved the Waco Gate smell. Seriously, though. No, Jose Canseco was a mess. He was a mess. Just watch the video about the Phoenix Suns in the 1980s. Half the team caught coke cases. That's crazy. No wonder they were running so fast in the 80s. You know what's so funny? I watch old sports. In the 1970s and 1980s basketball, it was running gun for real. Wiley did become Wiley's a punk. And so, like I said, I'm not here to talk about politics, but Marcellus Wiley went a little too far. That's my thing. He, to me, be anything but a sellout. Like, just Marcellus Wiley, like, and he's from LA too, so he's always on everything here. Nah, it's cool. I like Wiley, but I know what you're talking about. They go to a weird level of black criticism that isn't always logical. And I come from the emotional standpoint. So, like, I'm biased. So you can't tell me I'm biased. So when he says certain things, I'm just like, no. Just like the Bulls. They were called the Coke Bull. I have a Dennis Rodman Bulls jersey, and every time I wear it, someone has something to say. Every time I wear my Bulls jersey, somebody has something to say bad about Rodman, or it's always something. Oh, that's funny. You know what though? It's because we look at athletes, we look at people like they're just these deities, like they're separate from us, like they live on a different planet, and they don't. They're human beings. They have problems. They have addiction issues just like everybody else, you know. That's why it's weird to me when we put certain people on a pedestal knowing they're going to fall off of it. Oh. Do I have to do my drugs are bad, okay? Oh, man. Man, we love Dennis Rodman here. He came back last season and got one of the biggest ovations. He didn't even realize he was loved that much. He started crying. I love stories like that because Rodman's got issues. I love stories like that. That man knows how to throw parties, though. That man will throw parties that'll get you sent straight downstairs. The Pirates are really what got the Coke scandal in the 1980s rolling. Whole bunch of Pirates went before a grand jury in Pittsburgh to testify about Coke in baseball. I still think it's insane that Goose Gossage pitched an entire game on Yayo and in the World Series. And you know what? You can go back and watch the game. Ugh. But that's also the same era where people were smoking cigarettes in the dugout. I'm from an era where when I was a kid, no, you could still legally have tobacco products. They didn't outlaw tobacco products, I think, until the late 80s. I could be wrong. Let me get my phone. Oh, okay. Right. Like, who would have thought after all these years, Dennis Rodman and Mike Tyson would just be like the lovable uncle? Do you know, I think about that all the time about Tyson, though. Like, Tyson has become a darling. And I don't think people remember Tyson. Man, it was known not to run up on Mike Tyson because he will get beat up. Mike Tyson was a terror. And now we look at him like the lovable uncle with a crazy voice. And there's people who have Tyson stories. And Fat Joe loves telling them. Fat Joe loves telling all the Tyson stories, but Tyson was crazy. Dose. Lawrence Taylor was a monster. If there was anybody who would snort a ball and go play an entire game, it was Lawrence Taylor. Do you know in that movie, Any Given Sunday, he basically played himself? That in like everything in that movie, everything he's talking about, he went through in real life. Lawrence Taylor was hardcore. Like he's the Rick Jays of football for real though. And you know what's funny? He's considered the GOAT. Tell me who's better than Lawrence Taylor? Don't tell me Derek Thomas either. Sigs, Chew, and Hot Foots. Absolutely. And Will Smith is an asshole. Will Smith is an elitist. He reminds me a lot of Stephen Hawking. If Stephen Hawking thought you weren't intelligent enough, he would wheel away from you. There's a lot of people that absolutely hate Stephen Hawking because he insulted them. But if Stephen Hawking thought you were an idiot, he would just be like, bye, and take off. And Will Smith is like that. I've never heard anybody be in between about Will Smith. They were either like, oh, he's the nicest guy ever, or they're like, he's evil. But let's be real. I live in LA. It's J-Lo has a worse reputation than Will Smith. I knew somebody that got fired from a job, and this was over 20 years ago. So if you want to sue me, J-Lo, go ahead, because this is not allegedly. I knew somebody who was a PA at the Gower Gulch Studios in Hollywood, California on Sunset and Gower. He got fired because J-Lo wanted Hawaiian water. He went to this place that she said to go. He got the wrong water and got fired. So Will Smith is mean, but J-Lo's worth. Will Smith was too shiny and polished. He has his skeletons. Mike and Dennis showed their world, their bad side. So now they have nothing to prove. That is true. And like in a lot of ways, let's be real. I said this on Rashawn's stream. Will Smith raised me in a lot of ways. I watched all of his movies, and the 90s ones. All of them. Even 6 Degrees of Separation, I think it's called. Is that no. Whatever movie he's in, the one where like the first one, where he plays a lying college kid. Anyways, I've seen I was in love with Will Smith. But he started believing his hype. Some of the best advice I ever got was, you know what? Don't ever believe your own hype. Don't ever believe even your own BS. Stay humble. Don't become so big. Don't get too big for your boots, basically. And, I know Will Smith is beyond all of our tax bracket combined, but like, I know people that probably have more money than Will Smith, and they're the nicest people on earth. Picture Stephen Hawking dissing you and rolling away. There are many people that have that story. If he thought you were dumb, he's like, bye. Stephen Hawking did not play. I'm thinking about mixing up a box cake and just eating the batter, yay or nay. Eat half, cook half. Imagine a diss from a computer voice I wouldn't know to be hurt, confused, or laugh. And Stephen Hawking also loved strip clubs. That was also no secret. Stephen Hawking, there's a ton of pictures of Stephen Hawking. Like, he was famous in London at all the strip clubs. I've actually read quite a few books. Stephen Hawking was interesting to me, and I read all his major books, and so I always kind of kept up with them. But yeah, Stephen Hawking was crazy. Oh. Oh, phone, why aren't you? There we go. Imagine that's dastardly. Okay, roller coaster time, Stevie. He probably got free dances at strip clubs. He was I was actually shocked when I found that out, but like, he was famous in London. And you know what? Good for him. Good for him. You only live once. And if you live more than once, no one came back to tell us. So you only live once. Almost there. Beautiful. I say this all the time. Fame is a funny thing. I've met all kinds of people. They were the most humble people on earth. For me, it was the people who kind of were not famous who were the mean ones. But then there are the J-Los, but then again, I know people who have met Mariah Carey and they said she's the nicest person, like she's a real person, and she's not like, where's my latte kind of person, you know? So it depends on the people you're around. He was given the formula for making it rain. Could you imagine, like, you're the make it rain guy? Because he would have someone with him. So he would be like, okay, fill in the blank. Let's go to the bank and I need $600 in 5s and 1s. Oh, now that would be a job. Now that would Stephen Hawking's case manager. I bet people were fighting for that job. Oh. All right, I think I have the arms pinned enough. We're going to test out this old sewing machine. Perfect. What a mess in here. What a mess. Sorry, I had to run for a mug and a cactus cooler. Do you think my Subway sandwich will be better now that it's congealed and in the fridge? I don't know why. Do you know what's really funny? I broke my own rules and remember why I have rules in the first place. Oh. Equals some boobs. Hey, that is life science right there. So I should give it. Should I give it to my neighbor's dog over the fence? You know what? It was nasty. It was nasty. And I'll eat almost anything, and it was nasty. So that's 2 votes. No for the Subway. I was hungry, and I was almost hangry. Oh, wrong button. I got the Philly cheesesteak. And the other half is sitting in my and you know what's so funny? I've got a real Philly cheesesteak where it's this big. It's the size of my head. It's huge. I went to Subway with my son. He got his sandwich. I told the lady, she looked at me like, "You're getting food today?" I said, "I know, it's crazy." I got the sandwich. I held it with my 2 fingers like a J. It was so skinny. So it was a skinny chili feast. It was a skinny Philly. I literally held it like this. I was like, this is the skinniest Philly I've ever seen in my life. You still got it. It's gonna taste like earwax cotton. But there's a gang of onions in there and peppers. Fido doesn't deserve that yoga mat. Do you know, Ty, it kills me that you call Subway food a yoga mat. I know what's in their food. Yoga mats are better made. What a bad Philly trad. I know. Do you know, and I'm sure this is well known, but when Subway came to Ireland, Ireland was like, this is not bread. Do you know Subway's bread is considered illegal in Ireland because it's all sugar? Subways are the size of tampons nowadays, and all the toppings suck. Only good thing there is the Italian dressing and the mayo. It's been a while, and the places I go to, they make sandwiches like this, you know. But I love my son, and he loves Subway. It is so swag. All right, let's finish this. Sure. Like I always say, I don't know if I'm going to add a hood to this or not, but we'll find out on Friday. So, and you know what's funny? And I know this is the old man talk, but back in the day, Subways were amazing. A Subway sandwich with a cookie. Oh, wow. But I feel like we've become such industrial humans that it's not even anything near what it used to be. The same people who run the local gas station run Subway. Oh, I wish, man. I don't know. I remember, and I know I'm aging myself, but I remember back in the Pioneer Chicken days, like food just tasted better. But again, I constantly talk about condition and environment. So I think it's just maybe because I was a dumb kid. I don't know. That was also 20 something years ago. In the East, we take sandwiches serious. You can't eat a shitty sandwich like that, or you may as well wear. I'm a stupid fuck. You know, people, everything is portions here on the West Coast. Everybody's trying to. Do you know what's so funny? They always talk about how on the West Coast everybody's pretty, and no, we look like everybody else, just with dyed blonde hair. That is the only difference. We look like everybody else. Well, that with a gang of plastic surgery. Yes, it was, especially when they were 24/7. Thank you. I miss that though. And that's another thing. Like, because we are the land of hot dog stands. We have hamburger stands everywhere. The world used to be 24 hours. And it's not like that anymore. That's going to be a chapter in my book when COVID ruined everything. I had a 24/7 Subway a block from the house. In a clutch when I got the munchies, or I had a chick at the house. That's true. I stayed at a hotel in Las Vegas on the far end of the strip by what used to be the Hard Rock. But there was only a Subway on the corner. So that whole week I ate Subway like 4 or 5 times. Subway be douche in the It's true though. It's true. I think it's because everybody cheaped out. Like things in general are just not what they used to be. At the grocery store that I go to, I get these muffins. And I know I've said this a million times. If you already heard this, I'm still mad. I have coffee plates because I have coffee cups. So I constantly am putting my coffee plates. The muffins were the size of the freaking coffee plate. Ever since the pandemic, the coffee plate has not shrunk, but my muffins have gotten smaller and smaller. Shrinkflation is real. I love how you guys all have the healthy shit. And then here in Western PA, we invented fried fish, chicken, steak sandwiches with fries, coleslaw, and cheese on. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds good, Kilroy. That sounds like a party. Oh, see, now I'm hungry. Now I'm craving fried fish and all kinds of stuff I can't get right now. The problem is, here's my mini California rant. Like, you know what? The problem isn't being healthy. It's when you force being healthy on me. That's when I'll fight you. That's my kale rant for the day. I'll be healthy when I choose to be, not when you force me. It's good. It is good. Had it in Cleveland once. Oh, see, now I'm hungry. Why is it so wet? See, now you guys got me craving all. Oh, it is summer though. It is summer. I keep on like my son. He want like we have chicken and waffle places around here, but then there's Roscoe's, and he keeps on wanting to go. And there's one close to my house. I wonder if where is my phone? Let's see if Roscoe's is 24 hours. I doubt they are. Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. Oh, come on. Why are you closing soon? That's not even funny. Come on. See, the world used to be 24 hours here. It's just not anymore. That is so sad to me. I don't know why I had to find that. I should have known that. I guess we can go tomorrow. And then in upstate New York, they invented the garbage plate. I've heard of that. All the junk food from a diner, all served on a paper plate. I've heard of that. So I'm gonna fuck that. Leftover sandwich up. I am. You know what though? Like, here's my problem though, Ty. And it's in my head. It's all psychosomatic. As I was eating it, it was making it wasn't making me ill. But my brain was like, that bread's not real. What's in that bread? As I'm eating it. Roscoe's is the only reason I want to go to LA. You know what? Like, there are very few places that are consistent. Roscoe's is undefeated. I dare you to tell me you've had a bad experience there. But just don't go to the one in the hood. Don't be like PNB Rock and go to the one in the hood that you're not from. We have Roscoe's in Hollywood, Burbank. We got them in all kinds of places. I used to love going to McDonald's at 1:45 a.m. Can't do that shit anymore. What? It tastes so much better at 1:45. It's all fresh. Thank you. And the night crew always cares more than the day crew. Thank you. I have this weird theory about any fast food place that's out in the middle of nowhere. I told you, I went to Arby's coming back from Vegas. Why was it the best food I've had in a long time? That beef and cheddar hit so hard. I was like, why is this the greatest thing ever? I'm not kidding you. because it was literally in Baker, California, in the middle of nowhere. Baker is a separation between Vegas. It's just a giant gas station town. And like it's a town of trailers. It's a scary place. But anyways, they gave me so many fries, the bag was heavy. They hooked it up. Oh, now I'm craving Arby's. Subway goes in one end of the tunnel and the other really fast. That's not the best name either. There's no good occasion with food and Subway. No, there's no good association with food and Subway. That's for I shouldn't have gone. I should. There's a donut shop right, like literally 2 doors down. I've known the woman my entire life. They have good food there. Arby's is bomb. If you have anything bad to say about Arby's, Arby's is bomb. It has been a while since I've had it. One of the best burgers I ever had was from a Dairy Queen in the middle of nowhere in Montana. I'm telling you. If you eat that sandwich, you're gonna sound like an empty dishwashing liquid bottle. Dose, you're scaring me because that's real. I like DQ burgers. Me too. They actually, I think they just closed the one down by my house. We had a 24/7 McDonald's and this truck stop around my old house. We lived there. I miss the Midnight World. I miss that world. We have a place called Tommy's. It was famous for being 24 hours. It's weird to me that it's not open. Oh, I love DQ. I do. I miss Walmart in the middle of the night. Absolutely. I talk about that all the time. Some of the best shopping I got done was at Walmart at 2:00 in the morning. Rashawn, that's how all the pervy Subway dudes lost all that weight. He just shat it all out. Jared is in prison where he belongs. Absolutely. I like Arby's, but they don't pay staff here. I can tell. Because they're mad. You can always tell because they're mad as hell. Arby's fries, Checkers, Rally's fries, McDonald's fries. We don't have a Checkers or Rally's anywhere close around here, but they are bomb. They are. Oh, I'm gonna finish this one day, I swear. Absolutely. Jared is right where he belongs. You need to leave people alone. I don't feel sorry for people like Jared. I get ruthless towards people like Jared, actually. Jared is right where he belongs, creeper. He's up there, sitting up there with Chris. Oh, now I have $5 foot long stuck in my head. Do you know what's funny? That's how long, like when my son started going to Subway, I looked at the menu. I'm like, oh, they don't have $5 foot longs anymore. It's been a while since I've been to Subway. I'd be grocery shopping right now at Walmart, but they closed at 11. Thank you. Do you know what? Me and my ex-wife, we have funny stories, but there was one time we were arguing. It was like 2 a.m. We're arguing on the phone. I turned the corner at Walmart. We were both shopping. I miss midnight shopping. I miss that. Absolutely. I used to love being out at night. Then I moved somewhere with limited parking and I got to be inside before everyone gets home. That would drive me mentally insane. Do you know, in my neighborhood, we have this really weird unspoken thing about parking in front of people's houses. I get heated when I pull up to my house and someone's parked in front of my house. That was peak Subway. The motherfuckers were $6.89. Hey, they were still cheap though. I'd come in there with pocket change and be like, let me get one of those. Arby's fries with a cup of cheddar are bomb. Oh, see, now I'm craving chili cheese. I remember you get 2 pizzas at Little Caesars. Okay, though, I have to say, as a degenerate, Little Caesars is still affordable. All the time, my son's like, hey, can we get Little Caesars? I'm like, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Because the pizza place I go to, the pizza that I constantly brag about with all the fettuccine Alfredos that my son gets, if I told you how much I paid, you'd throw tomatoes at me. So when my son asked me to go to Little Caesars, I'm like, yes, we can go right now. Matter of fact, I guarantee you, I have their garlic dipping sauce in my fridge right now. I do. I go crazy with their dipping sauce at Little Caesars. I'd hit McDonald's at 1:30. I miss those days. Our my old Walmart had a McDonald's in it, then they replaced it with the Blimpies, and now it's a Domino's. No one wants. I miss McDonald's and Walmart. Lurking in the night. Absolutely. Absolutely. Cup of cheddar and a little Arby's sauce. Oh, you guys are making me hungry. Little Caesars is cheese on Subway. It's the dipping sauce. I'm telling you. It's the dipping sauce that gets me. Facts. Me and Junior will put the bangs on a $5 holler from the Caesar. Thank you. Me and my kid do the same thing. I love it when he's like, can we go to Little Caesars? I'm like, yes. We're so greedy that we each get our own breadsticks or crazy bread, wherever it's called. We get a pizza and 2 orders of crazy bread because we're men and we don't share. I keep a collection of their sauces. You know what? Okay, so Ty, about every, I want to say a month and a half, 2 months, I clean up my fridge because I have sauces from everywhere we go. They'll go bad on you. I don't know who needs to hear this, but that ketchup in your fridge, that will go bad on you. My Little Caesars gets male pattern baldness crust. Middle be real thin. They hook it up. The Little Caesars by my house, it's still quality. It is. It's still quality. I can't digest Little Caesars. You sound like a few people I know. I can't digest Little Caesars. You're not alone. You are not alone. I'm a human trash can. Well, it's also because I have the munchies all the time, so everything tastes amazing. I love Little Caesars. I'll smash some Little Caesars. I gotta get dinner. I gotta get the dinner box from Pizza Hut. Sometimes 2. I do not share pizza as well. Same. I'm laughing because one time I told the young lady at Little Caesars, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get a pizza and 2 breadsticks and like a couple of the sauces. And she was like, oh, you guys don't share. My son looked at her like, no, we don't share. No, we're real. If it gets dark, dump it. Hey, that's real. That is real. No, that's some real life advice there. Oh man, because I'm the adult, I check the fridge. I checked everything. But again, because my mom was a hoarder in that sense, I am weird about food like that. Like if it even looks like it's going bad, I chuck it. I do not excuse me, my grandmother too. Because my grandmother was Depression era, she was like, let me see that. Don't throw that away. Or she would feed birds. Like my grandma was crazy. I chuck it. If it's green, it's gone. If it's bad, it's gone. Little Caesar does have that foamy crust. It does. It does. Not even a fluffy crust. It's just man, you guys are dogging my pizza, man. You guys are, you know what it is? I love their garlic butter. You could, again, fry a tire and I would eat that garlic butter. I'm telling you, I have bougie pizza up the street from my house. I order it all the time. It's so expensive, but it's not the $50 mini piece. But anyways, I use my Little Caesar sauce on the bougie pizza up the street. And it's not the Hollywood pizza that I talk about that my son goes with my ex-wife. $50 for a mini pizza is crazy. I'm gonna go with them one time. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do that annoying YouTuber thing where I document everything, but I'm gonna go with them one day. That ain't butter. I'm addicted to the garlic butter. What I'm gonna put it in my veins. I'm so addicted to that stuff. We gotta get you off a pizza chain named after a guy that got stabbed. You gotta get on the respectable pizza joint. Oh, for real, for real. That's actually 100. Oh man. Oh, that's so true. I almost started crying. I'll eat. Man, I'm not picky in that sense. Like, if it tastes good, I'll eat it. Do you know a long time ago? Because there's a world traveler thing where people say, like, "Oh, you like what you're eating? Don't look in the kitchen." I live by that rule. My nephew won't eat anything beyond Best Buy date. He is pissing me off, wasting good food. That would kill me. That would kill me. Do you know, in America, like perfect example, in America, our bread does not go bad. In Europe, if you buy bread and you leave it outside, it will go bad within 48 hours, 72. I did an experiment where I had sourdough bread from a chain I can't say because it's right by my house. It lasted over a month and a half and didn't go green. And I ate it a month and a half later, and it tasted the exact same as the day I purchased it. It's antifreeze. But if you really think about it, how much weird things have you had in your life? If you live in the West, you've had you've ingested all kinds of weird stuff. My mother was the opposite way. She'd keep things in the fridge as long as possible. They're probably dips in there from 10 years ago. Oh! You're totally reminding me of recently. I made my mom up her earthquake kit because I went in there and she had jarred canned food from when I was in high school. Don't eat dishes from I'm actually a clean freak, so it ain't Yes, give me the vitamin infused cardboard flavor, like food for 99 cents. Do you know who got me? It was that whole Bobby Hemmett thing of like when he said, and this I heard this when I was a kid, but he was like, if food, like he's like, why are chicken sandwiches 99 cents? Is that chicken? And I was like, uh-oh. You go through that moment of like, I don't know, but it's cheap and it tastes good. Or like chicken nuggets. I know a lot of people that have become vegetarians just off guessing what's in a nugget. I'm gonna tell you, I'm spoiler to anyone squeamish. I've worked in 2 slaughterhouses. I could tell you what's in them. Little Caesars is where the box is as good as the pizza. Kilroy cardboard has cardboard has protein too. The idea is the pizza is better than the box. Oh. A lot of the times these are presented as alternatives to starving. So I would rather eat spare me. So I would rather eat cardboard than starve. I can't believe you guys are dogging Little Caesars. I don't care if it's little cardboard. I cheer when my son's like, "You want to go to Little Caesars?" I'm like, "We're already there," because I'm driving. Oh. Messing with my pizza. The Little Caesars by my house is so old, they still have all those ads in there too. I feel like a Roman slave going up to the counter and home. I don't get fed to the lion. Oh. Hey man, sometimes you just got sometimes you eat the bear and some days the bear eats you. Man, we need to bring that saying back. Throw some MSG, Red 40, and sugar on some cardboard. I bet it tastes like a quarter pounder with ketchup. I guarantee you, if we ever did an experiment like that, it really would though. Because perfect example, one can, okay? A can like this, a can of Pepsi in America. Let's see how many. Okay, this has 80%, 86% sugar added, okay? Back when I used to have a friend in Australia, we deduced that one can of soda in America is the equivalent to a liter in Australia. Oh, my camera changed when I said that. To a liter in Australia. We do not play with sugar in America. There is more sugar packed in here than a liter in Australia. And for anyone who's a label whore, I'm drinking mug. But I'm just saying, we're crazy in America. My old roommate loved Little Caesars. I will give you that. Like, fast food smells terrible trapped in a room. Any of it. So if you're trapped in a room, and that's another thing. When my son eats these things, I make him open his window in his room. I'm like, because I walk in there and I'm like, oh, I can smell it. If you like the Mounds commercials, sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. And now I have that song stuck in my head. Shit in Brick City. Say what you want. I'd trip a toddler for a 20-piece McNugget. Same. They had a sale, and I went to the counter because they like had a sale for 20-piece, and I was like, "Let me get 3 orders." And the guy at the drive-thru was like, "Let me get this clear. You want 60 nuggets?" I said, "Make that 4." Oh, he thought I was on something else that day. I go crazy. I do. I go crazy for nuggets. I do. Little Caesars is made with mutton, porridge, and curds and whey. Well, they mash it together where it tastes good. McNuggets are like McDonald's fries. You gotta have them right away as they come out of the fryer. Let them cool down, and they suck. Did you know, as somebody who worked fast food when they were younger, French fries have a 7-minute window. So if you do not eat them within 7 minutes of when they were fried, they're not fresh. I would punt kick a toddler for a 5-piece. Now that's feasible. I could go up to that. I don't care where you live. You could probably say this sentence. There's a McDonald's right by my house. That is one thing that is consistent. We do have McDonald's everywhere here. McDonald's owns LA County. They are consistent with that at least. Oh, that's funny. Oh, man, I've been waffling 4 hours to make a t-shirt. No, but we had a good time. And now I'm craving all kinds of stuff. Oh, the machine is like, F you. All right, I'm going to have to restring this real quick. Perfect. I'm like that with fast food. I only have it in a few times a year, but when I get it, I go all out. I buy bags of stuff. I'm like that too. Yeah, fries have a short lifespan. I'm the exact same way, Kilroy. They do though. They really do. Yeah, that window is set in stone. fries going before I get home. Do you know what? It's so funny. When my son does it, it's a pet peeve. But when I'm in the car by myself, I'm literally driving. Like, I'm so glad I'm ambidextrous. Oh, I think it bothers me because I can't eat and drive at the same time. He's just in there like pounding the fries. Oh, mouth get burned up. I did that the other night with these. I ate so many of these, I've ripped the roof of my mouth. Man. Get home to a burger and Sprite only. Hey, no, how come that's exactly what I get? I get Sprite every time, too. A fresh bag of White Castles will have your car smelling like a baby diaper. I'm so glad you brought this up, Dose. Fast food reeks. It does not smell good. It doesn't. Like when I have a Burger King addiction because there's one by my house. It makes my car smell bad. Even it, and it's close to my house to the point where I'm like, why are you driving? But I'm not, I know my neighborhoods. I'm not trying to explore. But it smells bad. It does. That is science, Dose. That is science right there. To be making that. Oh. Dose is giving me PTSD from Burger King right now. Oh. White Castle is different. Man, that's probably gonna crack that battery acid in it. Ty, what do you eat if you don't like Sprite? Like, I'm addicted to Powerade. Okay, I know there's a gang of red, yellow number 5, blue number 5, or whatever, but it tastes good. And if you logically sit down and think about it, you will pass away from something you ate, drank, or smoked. So you might as well enjoy your life while you're doing it. Fountain Sprite, bottle or canned Sprite. Okay, so but anything fountain is better than bottle or can. Anything. I knew somebody that had a milk fountain in their house. And it sounds a lot fancier than what it was. You would literally just take the milk, put it upside down, and it was its own refrigerator. And as you push the button, it would chill the milk. Anything coming out of a dispenser is better. Anything. Right, I retinted my front windows to fucking... Gotta get a bottle from the Mexican bodega again. Do you know what's so funny? Do you know why the Mexican Cokes taste better? It's because they use real sugar. They sell those here everywhere. Everywhere. My son actually was addicted to those things, and I'd let him drink it because they're not as bad as the American version. Do you know, a long time ago, I went on a cruise to Mexico with my ex-wife and my son. He was like 1. He was a kid. I'll never forget the look. We went to just some random restaurant in Mexico. We sat down. I'll never forget the waiter. He was like, "What would you guys like to drink?" I was like, "Water." He was like, "This is Mexico." I was like, "Give me some water." We both drank water in Mexico and did not get sick. Mexico McDonald's put rum in their fountain Coke. I swear. That's because they want you to. It depends on where you are in Mexico. Man, tourism is huge in Mexico. They want you to keep partying. They want you to keep going. I swear, they put stuff in the drinks to keep you drinking. I'm not kidding you. When I was back in the day, Mexico's drinking age was 16. So when I was a kid, it was like that weird scene in Pinocchio. And I would go down there with my friends, and like it was crazy. Could you imagine? I would be, man, I would be catatonic if my son told me, "Oh, I went to TJ over the weekend." You would literally have to put me in the hospital. I would be on oxygen if he lied to my face. It's wild. I had my senior trip there, Mexico. They party. They oof. They do not play. That's another place they will cater to you. All right, just checking for mistakes. Just don't want to hear that tragic rip when I put this thing on. Now, I haven't finished the neck yet. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with it, but only took me 4 hours to make a shirt. Actually, let me switch my camera. Do you know what's really funny? I kind of actually miss parts of Mexico, but you couldn't pay me to go there now. Yep, you'd be in the hospital, and they'd be in San Quentin. Oh. But the funny thing is, like, even with everything going on right now, I know people that go to Mexico all the time to get new teeth, to get surgeries, all kinds of crazy stuff. Matter of fact, someone I know went and got teeth in Mexico, and they didn't tell anyone, and they came back, and we were like, all of us were like, there's something different about you. We can't put our finger on it. You look younger. I know people that have gone to all kinds of crazy stuff. All right, moment of truth. This is real denim, and I have a feeling that if this is too tight, it's going to be a tunic. Oh, I already see a mistake that I can fix really quick. Oh, that's a mistake. Perfect. Mexico stayed open during Rona. I went a couple times. Oh, wow. Do you know all of LA was so shut down you couldn't even sneak out? Like, they were not playing with us. Oh, I see another mistake. You know what? Let me fix that real quick. They were not joking with us. I wish I could have snuck out to Mexico during the Rona. I lost it, came back, lost it again. Being trapped in the house was not a good thing. But I'm sure it wasn't a good thing for anybody. Oh, right, let's try that again. Because it's such dark denim, I can see any mistake that's on here. So basically, Mexico was like Texas and Florida. And I don't know. Oh, this is going to fit perfect. I don't know who needs to hear this, but the Rona is still around. And I'm not even trying to preach to you. I'm just telling you. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me suck it in. I enjoyed the extended stay. I did like it was weird because the world paused. It was weird. Whoa, what happened? There we go. This country's gonna go through some episodes of delayed crazy caused by the lockdown. Very much so. Very much so. The shirt is beautiful. This is a really dark denim that I got from the San Fernando Valley swap meet. See, dose, we sew. I talk a lot, but we sew here in the house of sewing. Yeah, it's still around for sure. And I work in a care facility, so I'm like adjacent to all the facts. I'm adjacent to all the facts from the schools and everything. It's still here. It's just people. It's become so politicized. People are scared to talk about it. But people are still catching it. People are still getting sick. It's crazy. Listening to the sewing machine in my earbud sounds like an automatic gun therapy. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. And if you think about it, we started from scratch because this came from a giant roll of fabric. And that's the one thing I like showing, the beginning to the end, no matter how long it takes, because sewing is crazy. You literally take a flat piece of fabric and turn it into something. You are engineering. I'm a clothes engineer. Oh. Do you know what's so funny? Every time where I'm like, I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to go that late tonight. 4 hours later, I'm in the middle of the road with road flares. Like, let's keep going. Oh, this is perfect. Let me move some of this stuff. You know what? I really like what Bree said earlier. I think I might go on a tour. It'll be the disgruntled sewist. Unlike that dose, heavy machinery calms me down. Nature's don't do shit for me. You would love my job, Kilroy. Worth the journey. Thank you. Absolutely. That's what I'm here for, just to have a good time. I always say this, like I would be doing this even if I wasn't on stream. I would be sitting in here sewing. So I'm glad that everyone decided to join me. Oh, this actually has... You know what's so funny? I use such cheap material sometimes that I forget what it is to actually use quality material. But this is real denim, not like some Bishop Lamar Whitehead fake stuff. Oh, that's funny. I can't believe I showed a picture of Reverend Bishop Liar anyways. Oh, no, that's what they call him. They call him Bishop Robbery. Oh, 4 hours. See, I took you on a 4-hour tour. We didn't crash. Got you back to the shore and everything. What is today? It is Wednesday, but I'll be back at it on Saturday with harrowing tales of all the crazy things that I do during the week. Oh, after I completely raid my kitchen. Well, robbery is laying, just more specific. It is. You know why this one particular man was so like, I think people caught onto his story because he was so arrogant. Absolutely. I'm all here for the Saturday shablam. I think when you're really arrogant like that and you start going downhill, people are like, I want to watch this man fail. That's really, I think that's part of the attraction to it. You want to impress me, put a denim turtleneck on it. Oh, Dose was not here for the turtleneck phase. Again, I would like to thank everybody who made it through the turtleneck phase. I went to Handsome Boy Modeling School. I made so many turtlenecks. I even, I had this one segment where I dressed like Mark Morrison from Return of the Mac in the Return of the Mac video. But just because I had a blue turtleneck and a blazer, so it wasn't like I was trying to be like him, but I went through a heavy turtleneck phase. Now I have Return of the Mac stuck in my head. I did have a mega turtleneck. That was like my 2023 Meg. I think I made like 15 or 16 turtleneck. Oh, turtlenecks higher than the space station. You know what though? In a weird way, Kilroy, I invented, and I'm gonna take credit for this. I invented the turtleneck mask. I would make shirts that would go up to here. So it would be a turtleneck, but then you could pull it up and walk into a grocery store and not get yelled at. I didn't invent anything. I just improved on an idea. I'm already missing the peasanthood era, but it's hot. I get it. Time for less material. Oh, the peasanthood will come back. You know what? That is true though. Like when it gets hot, I wear less. I make less. Like I make things that are not so warm. I I make clothes like I live in a cold weather city, and I don't. Man, I live in the desert. I'm Arizona adjacent. Enjoy your faux sandwich. Well deserved. I might put it on a shelf and come back in a year to see what's happened to it. If it's tall enough, it shouldn't be a different animal neck. Giraffe now. I had this really weird material that had like a Victorian woman on it, but it was like an American bill. So it looked like dollar bills. But I started making the necks too big. And then I got this idea. I pulled it up and it was perfectly up to my nose. So I was like, I intended to make them this way. So it was a mistake that became fashion. But it was in the height of when we were wearing masks. And so it's so funny how our fashion changed in a lot of ways. Do you know what's so funny? Where I'm from, it used to be illegal to go anywhere with your face covered. It was illegal to walk in anywhere with a mask or anything, and it's funny how the law changed, how fast the law changed. I gotta wear a cap with a turtleneck so I won't look like a busted condom. Same. Don't. Damn right. That is how I live my life. If you can't fight it, feature it. Whoops, wrong button. I love that saying though. That is like my favorite saying. If you can't fight it, feature it. But be careful what you feature sometimes. It was illegal to go into a bank here with the mask. Not anymore. Same. I remember the first time I walked into I remember the first time I walked into a bank with a mask, and I was like, this. If you had told like the old timers, the after Spanish flu people, the people that didn't live through Spanish flu, if you told them you could walk into a bank with a mask, they would be like, son, I'll just give you money. Don't do that to yourself. Like that's unheard of. Rashawn, I mess up sayings all the time. Are you kidding me? I have a tagline where at the end of all my segments, I'll say, like I always say, stay creative, keep sewing. But the original saying was keep sewing, stay creative. But I've reversed it so many times that people think that I say stay creative and keep sewing, but I've ruined my own tagline. I love wearing my print masks everywhere. I have some like as I've been cleaning, I've been finding all my crazy masks. I used to wear this one. I had this Lone Ranger look with my cowboy hat. I miss that. You could have been a Wild West bandit and totally gotten away with it. I got my. It's a long story, but I yelled. I got into it with someone at a chase, and they closed my account without even telling me. It was during the height of the mask thing. But this guy basically walked in coughing, and like I said, hey dude, you should wear a mask, and he cursed me out. And then mayhem ensued. We didn't get physical or anything, but I said some poignant things, and then I went to the bank like 2 or 3 days later to pull some money out, and they were like, "You don't exist." And I said, "What?" And long story short, they shut my account down and mailed me a check with all of I got this giant check, and I was like, "You can do that?" Oh, that was in the height of COVID, though. That was like in the height of it when people were scared of their own shadows. But I have a much more favorable bank now. It was the voice mask and hat. You know what, though? I get this all the time because my voice doesn't match my body. I do intimidate people when I walk into a place and I'm like, So I get it. Then they hear my Kermity voice. And they're like, something doesn't compute here. I get that a lot where people tell me my voice doesn't match how I look. And I don't even get offended at that anymore. And people were bleaching food that was already in airtight, watertight packages. It was nuts. That whole time was weird. Like, in a real way, I still have pictures of my son. Aw, he's standing, and it's the same grocery store I go to. It was empty. We were walking down the aisles like, hey, just grab whatever you can. It was the eeriest thing, you know? And there's people in other countries that it's like that every day, and they would kind of laugh at me for saying that, but it's true. But, you know, I live in the land of abundance, so I took it for granted. The mask makers made a killing. Okay, you know what's really funny? I made masks. There were people like my cousin's wife. I know she does not watch this show, so I can bring it up. Like, she asked me for a sewing machine. Like, we got wild. I'm not saying physically. I'm just saying, like, we made a gajillion masks during COVID. A gajillion masks. It was insane. That's a great safety mechanism. We went crazy making masks. Absolutely, Ty. Spraying down their mail with Lysol and leaving it outside for 8 hours. You know, a long time ago, after September 11th, people were paranoid. And I work in a care facility, and I have for a long time. And after September 11th, I remember everyone who worked in the kitchen, they were paranoid. They weren't opening their mail. And I will never forget until the day I pass away. We had this giant meeting, and I'll never forget. My boss walked up and she was like, "You guys, we're not that important. They're not going to send us anthrax. They're not going to send us anything. Open your mail." She was like, "We are not important. They're not coming after us. Stop being crazy. Open your mail." To this day, I still give that speech. People start getting crazy about stuff. I'm like, look, we are not that important. No one is coming after us. Just do your job. Oh, I will never forget that. I had a unicorn print gator and wore to the airport. Absolutely. And guess what? No one sent us anything through the mail except for bills and crummy magazine offers. It didn't happen, though. It was a height of paranoia. It was. And guess what? No one came after us. And guess what? It was real. People were getting mailed all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm not saying it didn't happen. But, like, let's be real. We were not known. We were a bunch of nobodies, and still are. At least I'm speaking for myself. Oh man. Sorry, I had to hit my inhaler. That story got me excited. All right. I've been going for 4 hours now. I gotta watch Krishan Rock get arrested, which was right by my house. She got arrested at the San Fernando Valley Courthouse. Do you know, when I saw the original footage, I was like, oh, they've changed the hedges at the courthouse. That's what I say to people who are paranoid about their phone spying on them. Thank you. I'm like, sir, you are not that important. Nobody cares about you going to the hospital, the store, Taco Bell, and work. Thank you. Man, people ask me all the time, they're like, what if you get hacked? I was like, then they're gonna find out my search history. That's what they're gonna find out. If you want to find out my habits and see how many times a day I go on I was about to say Facebook like it's 2013. I'm like, how many times a day I go on YouTube? Go right ahead. You want to see the crazy things I watch on YouTube? I have nothing to hide. It's true though. If I worked for anything important or had some state secrets, I might keep my mouth shut, but my life will totally bore them. I think about that all the time. Like if the FBI was to go through my phone, they would be like, get a life. They would tell me, like, go do something exciting. Old church lady unplugs her Alexa so it won't spy. I had to ask her what she was hiding. Prayers, gossip, and TV shows watching her sleep. So true. It's real, though. You literally just described my mother. You literally just described my mother. That is what she does. She prays all the time. She gossips about people, obsessively watches television, and unplugs her Alexa. You literally just described my mother. Oh, that's gold. That's true, though. Oh, that is so true. If they get my search history, then they're gonna be on all the government lists that I've been insulted if I wasn't on them by now. I had a friend that used to always say that. He'd like, stop saying that. You'd be put on a list, and I'm like, I'm already on that list. Sean, she was watching Uncut. Oh. 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 I'm about to jump off in a second. Have a great night, Ty. If you're taking off, thank you so much for stopping by. You are absolutely awesome. Thank you. Absolutely. We will see you at service, Ty. We will see you at service. She got an 80s VCR and a bunch of sexy tapes she keeps under the bed. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Next to her dirty, hairy Magnum that's like a extra extension. All right. Well, it has been a full evening here in the House of Sewing. We came, we saw, we conquered, made a denim t-shirt. I want to thank everybody who stopped through this evening, especially Kilroy, Rashawn, Ty. Hey, don't jump at Grandma's house. Don't come to Grandma's house. Dose, Mona. I want to thank everybody. Absolutely. Yella, thank you for stopping by. Anybody who's been watching, Joy, anybody. And if you're lurking, you are absolutely missed. Come and join the insanity that is my so-called life channel. And stanky. Oh, and skanky. I'm about to go raid my kitchen and not eat that Subway because I just remembered I have mozzarella sticks in the freezer. So I'll be an adult and make food. I'll be back at it on Saturday. I want to thank everybody, but seriously, we're picking up steam. We're having fun. But no matter what, I want to humbly thank everybody who's still here because after all these years, I'm still here. Oh, now I have the Different Strokes theme song stuck in my head. Do you know, in a weird way, that was my show when I was a little kid, just because I wanted to live in a New York high rise. I just wanted to be rich. That's what it was. Oh, I love now Different Strokes, Different Folks. I love that show. I'll be back at it on Saturday. I hope everybody has a great week. I will be releasing an ASMR video in the next couple of hours. So like I always say, act normal. I'm not changing my format. I'm expanding. We're growing. This is the house of sewing and the house of growing. You guys are absolutely awesome. I'll see you on Saturday. Like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Bye.